'cause you know we gon' talk about it. Let's talk about it. Get in here, we in here tonight. So get in here, we in here to vibe. Tonight, so get in here, we in here to vibe. Like and subscribe.
Hey, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me. Hey, hey, hey. Happy Monday. Let me know if you can hear me, you guys. I am drinking on some apple juice. I probably need to go run and get me a water. But y'all let me know if you can hear me. I don't see it yet. I may need to run out and come back in. I don't know. Y'all let me know. Okay, we can hear you. Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the tip, Black Swan. She's starting it off already, you guys. I appreciate that. Thank y'all for being patient with me. I'm just a little couple of minutes behind, but we're going to break this down tonight. We're going to have some fun up in here, okay? I do have a poll going, you guys, and the poll actually reads based on what we know so far, okay? What we know so far, which side has the strongest legal argument? Legal argument, not emotional argument, legal argument, okay? State's case, self-defense, or are you undecided and need the trial evidence, okay? So you guys, throughout this live stream, you guys can answer that for me and just remind me at the end to let y'all know where the polls stand because I may forget, okay? She said, here's a little something towards your bond money, baby. Baby, thank you. I appreciate the bond money, baby. I appreciate it, baby. Good Lord, good Lord. So I have my coffee link pinned above. If you guys want to fill me up on a coffee this afternoon, all you got to do is click on that button and buy your girl a coffee, okay? Buy your girl a coffee. Keep me awake during this live, okay? Now I'm going to tell you, it's going to be about a 2 or 3 hour live because I want to go into some things we've already talked about, but I want to kind of go into it a little bit more. All right. So, first of all, how y'all doing? How was yesterday? I didn't come live yesterday at all. Okay. I literally just chill with my husband. We watch excuse me. Is it hers and him or him and hers? Or anyway, it was something like that. I think it was hers and him or him and hers or she and he. But anyway, it was like 5 or 6 different episodes and it was pretty doggone good. So I don't know if y'all watched it, but you should. It's on Netflix. And I want to say it was hers and his, or I don't know. I have to ask my husband what the name of it was. But I watched it and it was pretty doggone good. And let me just tell you something about movies right quick. If I can't determine who the killer is in the first episode, then it's a good movie to me. Because I'm a really good I'm a really good what's the word I want to use? I could tell. Like I can pick out who the killer is in most movies because they're so predictable, right? So after the first episode, if I'm blaming it on this person and that person and that person and that person and that person, right? All the way down to the final episode, right? If I am blaming it on everybody in the damn movie, then that means it's a good movie to me. Okay. Because baby, when at the end, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. What the heck? Now I will say, the killer, which I ain't gonna tell you who it is, it did cross my mind. It did cross my mind, but not as strong as other people. Okay. But it did cross my mind. So I cannot say it didn't cross my mind. It did, but I was like, nah, So, but anyway, so if you have not seen it, you need to go see it, baby. Take a little bit of time away from YouTube or the internet. You know what I'm saying? Rest your esophagus and just go watch that movie. Like I said, it's actually a series. I think it's like 5 or 6 or something like that. But it's very good. When I can predict the movie, I'm disinterested. You know what I'm saying? If I could be like, I already know who did it, like Tyler Perry movies and shit or whatever, I'd be like so disinterested. I'd be like, I already know who the bad guy is, right? Anyway, but I'm just saying it got me. So I was really, I was like, yeah, it drew me in. So anyway, tonight we are going to be talking about the Holly Johnson defense case, okay? The trial that has not started yet, but a whole lot of people on the internet has already convicted her, sentenced her and threw away the damn keys. Okay. So we're going to take the keys back this afternoon. We're going to take the keys back. Okay. So I need y'all to come on in. I need y'all to hit that thumbs up button for me, please. And thank you. Please and thank you. And we're going to talk about this. Y'all drop those white hearts in the chat, and I'm about to go run and grab me 2 bottles of water. Okay. All right. I'll be right back, you guys. All right. I decided I want to drink water instead of apple juice during this episode. Okay. So thank y'all for the white hearts. Thank you for the white hearts. Also, I do have a goal set. It's not a certain amount. It's just 20 super chats. So whatever you want to give, it could be $1. It could be all the way up to $500 if you're feeling generous. Okay. So whatever you want to give, feel free to tip the host during this live stream. Thank you so much, Demetrius, for the $5 coffee, girl. I got it. Let me see if I can pull you up on here to give you your credit. I don't see it in the chat, but it popped up on my phone. I don't see it in the chat, Dimitri, but thank you so very much. I like to give you guys your props for tipping your girl because I do appreciate all tips. You don't have to tip, but if you enjoy the content and if you want to throw your girl a bone, $1, $2, $5, $10, $20, $100, it does not matter. All right. You can tip your girl. Oh, here it goes right here. Oh, well, this is the only thing I see. I don't see the other part, Dimitri. I don't know where is that. So it didn't pop up in this particular live, so I'm not sure why. But thank you, Dimitri. I appreciate the tip, baby. Appreciate the cup of coffee. All right, you guys, we're going to get into this, but I got to take it back a little bit, okay? And first of all, let me just say a couple of things. This live stream, unlike some of the ones that I've seen on other channels, this is not to argue with any other blogger. I am not in that headspace, okay? I don't have to do that to get attention, to get views, or to make money, all right? I'm not trying to argue with any other blogger's point, okay? They can think and believe whatever they want to believe, okay? This live is based on Talk About It with Amora. I'm your host, Amora, okay? So this is based on my analysis, my interpretation of the law, and my goddamn opinion, okay? All right, because people like to beat you up for your opinion. And my opinion matters over here on Talk About It with Amora. So I try to mind my own channel and not worry about what others say. Because guess what? They have the liberty to say whatever the hell they want to say on their own channels. Okay. But I run this over here. All right. I run this over here. So if you want to hear something else, you might want to go somewhere else, because over here, I'm going to, like I say, use my analysis, my interpretation of the law. Okay, the Illinois law for this case, and my own opinion. All right. I don't care what other people think, say, or how they interpret things. They can interpret it however they want to. They have the liberty to think how they want to think, believe what they want to believe. All right. My analysis and my interpretation is quite different when it comes to this case. Okay. And many others, but we're talking about this case today. All right. So again, this is not for me to fact check anybody, because I don't give a damn what they say. This is not to go back and forth with another blogger. Okay. This is about what's being talked about on Talk About It with Amora between those that want to hear it. Okay. The ones that's in the audience right now, the 330, I'm going to assume that they want to hear what I have to say. All right. Now, so I do need to take it back just a little bit, because I have not went live really about this case since Holly did not get out of detention, which was the 7th of January. When she didn't get out, I was like, damn, what the hell? So I came out and I said I was wrong about that. And then we moved on to other cases. But I told y'all that I wasn't done with the Holly case. It's just that I didn't feel a need to come out every single day and regurgitate the exact same thing every single day. I don't want to bore you guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to bore you, and I don't want to keep on reiterating other things when there's so many other cases out here. Okay. You know, I don't want to beat a dead horse. All right. I don't want to beat a dead horse. So, but I did want to come out today. And one of the reasons is I don't want us to lose hope. I still have hope that Holly is going to be acquitted for self-defense. That is my opinion. And why do I have hope? I'm going to lay it all out for you. Okay. This is how my interpretation, my analysis, my interpretation of the law, and my opinion, okay, is all mixed up there together. And if you care not to hear my opinion again, you can exit stage left. All right. Now, before I go on, I want to give a big shout out to my moderators. They do a phenomenal job. That's why y'all don't see a lot of chaos in my chat over here, because y'all already know if you get jiggy, they're going to get jiggy right with you. Okay. So shout out to my moderators. Vanessa, I see you. I have another moderator, Candy. I have another one, Lavette, and then Cutesy girl. Cutesy and Lavette is kind of quiet, so they don't make a whole lot of noise in the chat. But don't think for one moment that they won't toss your ass out if you act ignorant, okay? We don't do uneducated, ignorant folks over here, okay? But now Vanessa and Candy, they bout that life, and they're going to let you know. So they stand out a little bit tall, Vanessa and Candy, all right? So you're going to see them in the comments, and they may say some slick shit to you, only if you say slick shit to them, all right? So shout out to the moderators. Everybody, if you guys drop a heart or something down in the chat for the moderators, or a strong arm. I like that even better, the strong arms for the moderator, because they don't, homie, don't play that over here, all right? So all I ask, your opinions are welcome, but all I ask is for you to be respectful. No name calling, no arguing, meaning just you could debate, you know, y'all could talk, but if you want to start arguing and calling names, disrespecting people, you will be set in a corner to color. All right. All right. Now, if you don't want to color, just be nice. Just be nice. Be respectful. We adults over here. And most of us are educated. We know how to read and we know how to interpret. All right. Facts over feelings and, you know, all that good stuff. And we're talking and we're basing this on my interpretation, my analysis, and my opinion, all right, of the law, not my feelings. I don't try to put my feelings in this case, except for, you know, when it comes down to, will I do it? Will I defend myself? You goddamn right I would. All right. So anyway, let's get into this topic. So I want to go back just a little bit. And I want to talk about, because I know Holly getting denied detention left a bad taste in a lot of our mouths, right? And even me, I had to come out and do a video, which has gotten over 10,000 views, 11,000, I'm sorry, on that one video of me saying I was wrong. Just imagine 11,000 people. Just imagine 11,000 people wanting to hear Amora Latrice Davis say I was wrong. Imagine that for a second. That means a lot to me, because that just says that they care about what I think. So because I very much know that people care about what I think when it comes to this case, I have to be careful with how I word things, okay? Y'all know I said I'm not going to do any more 100%, because people care what I think about this case. So I have to tread lightly, all right? Don't mean that I'm still not going to base my opinions. I am, but I'm just going to be very careful with how I word things, okay? So like I said, I came out and said I was wrong about Holly being released, and that video received over 11,000 views. Wow. So nevertheless, I was wrong. I didn't go to trial, but I did hear what happened. Not trial, I'm sorry. I didn't go to the hearing, but I did hear what happened. And I processed that in my head several times. And I was like, okay, I get it now. I get it. I understand. So let's talk about the detention release right quick. All right. First of all, let's understand that detention release is not a verdict of guilty or innocence. All right. It does not determine guilt or innocence. And I think a lot of people, she said, did you get the transcripts? No, the young lady did not send me the transcripts. I wish she did, because I would definitely go over them. But I think I've heard enough to understand what went wrong, okay? From the people that were there, because people that were there, I do talk to people that were there, all right? So with that being said, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Day Kirk. I see your comment. I had to read it first because I was like, I know ain't somebody starting already, but no, you're not starting. I see your comment. I'm pretty sure others are going to read it. So a lot of people think detention, what was said in the detention is the be all do all. We've seen a lot of people celebrating, and you would really think that a verdict had been called, right? Like the final verdict, the conviction verdict had been called, how people celebrated to the fullest. Like literally, to me, I feel like people have already locked Holly up and threw away the damn key. Like literally threw it away in the sewage, so you can't get down there and get it with the rats, okay? They didn't threw Holly in the sewage, and the trial has not even started, okay? All right? So we need to be careful with celebrating. You know, I said before, in my opinion, there is no win or loss in this case, right? Because at the end of the day, a woman still lost her life, and another woman is currently locked up. So no matter what the outcome, I said there is no wins and no losses. Us, even if Holly gets off at the end, us celebrating Holly getting off would be a celebration of a life being taken. So I really don't want us to do that. We can say, hey, we can celebrate self-defense, right? Because that is a right in America. Okay, you have a right to defend yourself in America to a certain extent. So we can celebrate self-defense if it's proven. But what I would like for us not to do is celebrate Holly per se. Okay. And the reason why I say that, because again, a life is lost. A child is without his mother. All right. So we don't want to do that over here. No one wins. Okay. Self-defense is to be respected because it is our right. Okay. So, and I am in defense of self-defense 100% if you are justified. Now, if you ain't justified, if the self-defense is not justified, then, and I'm talking about legally justified, then I'm not in defense of that. But if it is legally justified and I see a path of it being legally justified, then I'm 100% in defense of self-defense. Okay. So with that being said, detention, let's go back to detention. Detention release or detention not being released does not mean the case is over. It does not mean Holly has lost her self-defense case. It literally means that the court found the state's story more plausible, meaning that they believe the state is more right than wrong. Okay? Literally, they believe the state side of it for what they've heard thus far. But understand, in a detention release hearing, a lot of things are left out. Okay? The judge does not have to consider certain things in a detention hearing. It's not based on guilt or innocence. Innocence is literally, is this person a threat? Did the state prove enough that this person is a threat to the community? Okay? And with this judge and the first judge, they believe the state side over the defense side. Again, the defense side did not argue everything, right? They only gave just a little small amount. You cannot argue your case in a detention hearing. Matter of fact, it is actually frowned upon, okay? If a defense attorney go in there and try to argue their full case, then the judge, from what I've heard, they get upset about that, okay? So the judge took the state side. That does not mean that Holly is guilty. That does not mean that she would not be able to prove her case later during the trial. That just means that right now, the judge assumed the state version is more believable, okay? That it could have happened the way they said it. Not that it did, not that it didn't, but it could have. Okay, it could have happened the way the state saying it did. So the judge bought the state side. Again, the judge was not ruling whether or not this was self-defense or not, all right? So let's understand that. Let's understand the fact that Holly is still locked up does not prove that she is guilty. It does not prove that the state is going to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she intended to K.I. Romika and that her actions was not self-defense, non-justified, right? Because their job is to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And they don't do that in detention. That comes during the trial. Now, we heard that the trial may not even be heard until next year, 2026. 2027. It's already 2026. So we heard that the case may not even be heard until 2027. All right. So that's the latest that we've heard. She goes back to court on February the 3rd. I do not believe that the defense attorney will be trying to get her out again. I did hear that the motion went up to the appellate courts, okay, to try to get her released earlier. However, the appellate courts takes a while. So it may be 2, 3, 4 months from now before we even hear anything from the appellate courts. So February the 3rd, that court date, that court hearing will probably just be preliminary, I'm sure that, the defense and the state is going to ask for a continuance, and it probably lasts every bit of 5 minutes or so, okay? I don't think that there's other motions that's being filed right now to try to get Holly out. I think Holly understands that she is just going to have to wait until her innocence is proven or her self-defense case is argued, okay? All right? So that's where we are right now, because somebody did ask me earlier, do I think that she's going to get out February the 3rd? No, I do not. I believe instead of Attorney Ari fighting to get Holly released, I think she's going to put all her energy into working this case, proving her client self-defense case, okay? Or working on it, all right? So with that being said, she said, squeeze every dime from our pockets, Amora. Okay, thank you. I love that. Okay, she gave me permission to squeeze every dime. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Marissa. Thank you for the $5, girl. Listen, thank you so very much. Now, Marissa, I hope you got some noodles to feed you and your daughters later, okay? You and your daughter. I hope y'all got some ramen noodles so y'all can eat later, all right? Inside joke for those that are visiting. It is an inside joke, okay? All right, so anyway, so let's continue with this. That's for detention. Do anybody have any questions about detention? Any questions about detention? Her not being released does not prove that, like I said, it does not prove that she is guilty, okay? It does not prove that she can still beat this case. It does not prove that. The only thing it proves is that the judge accepted the state's claim, the state's argument. The judge sided with the state. That's it. That is it. All right. She says, no, we are starving. Damn. Well, you know what? Let me try to see if I can get you in a couple of more months, Marissa. Okay. A couple more months, I might be able to buy you some chicken tenders or something like that. Okay. She said your goal is met already. Thank you, girl. Well, let's pause for the calls right quick. What better time to celebrate my goal being met? What better way to celebrate it than now, right? So let's go ahead and get that out the way so we can get this ball rolling, and then I don't even have to stop no more. Okay, so let's celebrate, you guys. Appreciate y'all for meeting my goal yet again in 30 minutes. Appreciate that part. Yeah. Yeah. And let's clap it out, you guys. Let's clap it out. All right, I appreciate you guys for meeting my tip goal for this evening. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. Thank you for everybody that threw your girl a tip. I do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. All right. So now let's talk about, now we good with detention, right? We good with detention. We understand why Holly did not come home, right? It's because the judge decided for the state, okay? Now, let's get into what the state must prove at trial, all right? What the state must prove, the state of Illinois, for first degree, and what she's charged with, they have to prove all of this. One, they have to prove intent. They have to prove that Holly, Kadasia Johnson, intended to K.I. Romika or do great bodily harm. We're going to get into that intent in a minute. We're going to break that all the way down because that's why I think that they're going to have problems, okay? We also have, the state also have to prove that her self-defense claim was not justified, that she did not act in self-defense, okay? And they have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And when I say that she didn't act in self-defense, they're going to have to literally prove that she didn't have reasonable fear for her life. Reasonable fear for her life. We're going to really get into that one. Reasonable fear already from what we know, right? Why wouldn't she have reasonable fear with all the things that she had to endure by the hands of Romika? And we're going to get into that, all right? Now, again, the state has to prove those things beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? The state does not win by sounding convincing when it comes to trial. They win only if they erase reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt, which means can't nothing be doubted. Like, no, I don't think it happened that way. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So, again, the burden of proof is on the state. Holly does not have to prove self-defense. The state has to disprove it. Again, let's say it again, because this is huge. Holly does not have to prove self-defense. The state has to disprove self-defense. They have to prove that it was not self-defense. Okay? Now, we all know that there is not a video of the shooting. Okay? There's no video. We all agree on that there is no video of the shooting. It was even said in court. There is no actual video of the shooting. So this case will rely heavily on witnesses, physical evidence, medical evidence, prior history of both people, the victim and the shooter, and then reasonableness of fear. That's what this case is going to rely on because there is no video. It shows no aggression. It doesn't show who attacked who antagonized who struck who advanced toward who. It does not show that. But guess what does? Physical evidence, witness statements, physical evidence, medical evidence. Prior history will show us who was the aggressor. Who is the most aggressive person, right? Who is known to pull up, who is known to make threats, who is known to strike people, all of that will be taken into consideration, all right? And as far as witness credibility, the witness statement has to line up with physical evidence and medical evidence. It can't be so far off. And let me just say this right quick. I'm not saying that everything that comes out of the witnesses' mouths have to be 100%, because we're not so uneducated that we don't believe that witnesses can't get things wrong, right? I'm not saying that, because 9 times out of 10, they will mix things up, especially in witnessing a traumatic experience like this. However, majority of what they say does have to match the crime scene. Now, if it doesn't, there is a problem, okay? There will be a problem if it does not match the crime scene. And we're going to get into that in a minute, because, baby, it doesn't. The statement does not match the crime scene, all right? She said, in the paint bucket and pan. You funny, Petty Ready. So so that's how you prove self-defense without a video, okay? Medical evaluations, medical evidence, physical evidence, witness credibility, prior history, and reasonableness of fear, okay? Now, let's talk about reasonableness of fear. Because a lot of people like to say, she wasn't scared, she wasn't scared, she wasn't scared. Baby, just because you say she wasn't scared, don't make it true. It does not make it true. Just because someone says she wasn't scared does not make it true. We're going to talk about that, okay? Let's talk about reasonableness of fear. What is the foundation of fear when it comes to support Holly's fear? Prior to the shooting, Holly endured months of harassment, okay? Threats to KI her, phone calls to her grandmother. I'm going to KI your granddaughter, text messages, voicemails, inboxes, stalkerish type shit, okay? This is prior to the shooting. Death threats. I'm going to KI you. Reasonableness of fear is what we're talking about here. So what supports Holly's fear before the shots even rang? Before the day even happened? Months and months and months of threats, harassing calls, harassing text messages, right? Threats toward her child that was actually on the premises with her, at the scene with her, okay? Threats to her child. Y'all know how we are. We turn into whole mother hens when it comes to our child. We will go from A to Z, from 0 to 100 real quick when it comes to our child, all right? Let's continue. Restraining order, or let's call it what it is, a no contact order was sought out by Holly, okay? Now, Holly didn't just wake up one day and say, let me go and take out a no contact order for no reason whatsoever. She went down there and took out the order after numerous threats, months of threats against her life and her child life. That's why she took out the restraining order, the no contact order, okay? A judge granted the order, not because he thought Holly was cute, not because Holly wears her real hair, not because Holly has pretty skin or talks soft. The judge listened to Holly's testimony and saw the evidence that she provided. And what the judge said on July the 14th of 2025. And I don't know the exact words, but something along the lines of, after reviewing the preponderance of evidence, okay? The preponderance of evidence, and after hearing your testimony, I find your justification of wanting a restraining order is much needed to stop this action, okay? Now, I don't know if these was the exact words, but you know what I mean. You know how the court jargon goes, right? But by the preponderance of evidence presented here today, and after hearing your testimony, I'm going to grant you this restraining order, because without it, without court interference, without court intervening, the threats will continue, is what the judge said on July the 14th of 2025, okay? Preponderance of evidence, meaning that the judge had to have seen all the things that was alleged, okay? Now, we all know Ramika didn't show up that day, and it was a default order. And a default order does not mean that the judge didn't see anything. A default order just simply means that Ramika wasn't there. She chose not to come, okay? She just was not there. That's all that means. It does not mean, well, since you didn't come, I'm going to go ahead and give you this order. No. Holly still had to plead her case on July the 14th, okay? Holly still had to tell the judge what she had been going through. The judge still had to read all the alleged threats. And the judge said, given the preponderance of evidence and listening to your testimony today, I find that you are in need of this restraining order, because without it, the threats may continue, okay? And the judge deemed Holly, July the 14th of 2025, in fear of her safety and something along with some distress or whatever, severe emotional distress or whatever. He deemed that legally in court, which means an independent judge that don't have nothing to do with what happened on September the 8th, okay, told Holly 2 months prior that I feel that you are in fear of your safety. The court finds it that you are in fear of your safety, okay? So that is reasonableness of fear, but let's continue, because that's not all right? So the judge granted the order. The judge saw the threats to her and her family, and the judge saw the months of harassment before he made his decision. But let's continue to the support of Holly's fear. Uninvited confrontation. We may think that September the 8th was the first time that they ever laid eyes on each other. And it's true, person to person. However, there is proof out there that Ramika pulled up uninvited several times and referenced Holly. One of them I did a video on, and I showed you guys about a couple of weeks ago or something like that, where she pulled up uninvited to Carlos' house while Holly was upstairs. Holly Carr was downstairs, right? While Ramika had a pair of scissors in her hand, said, I will cut your face off. I'll cut you up right now. Think I won't. I'll cut you up. She was literally yelling and threatening to bring harm to Carlos that day while Holly was upstairs. We all saw Holly Carr parked out, that same car parked out there, right? So we have seen her pull up uninvited to start confrontations. There is video footage, and it's more than just one. It's more than one. We also seen a video footage where she actually jumps out the car, run toward him, tell him, hang that phone up, bitch, or something like that, right? And she referenced Holly's name in that confrontation as well. Uninvited confrontations. That goes toward the support of reasonableness of fear. If we've seen Ramika pull up uninvited with a pair of scissors in her hand, uninvited confrontations where she had I don't know what it was, but I say it was a piece of a picnic table, but it also looked like Jesus' cross that he carried. I don't know what it was, but it was a big piece of wood, okay? And she's also been charged with stabbing Carlos. Even though the charges were dropped, they're still on her record, right? So those things right there shows violent confrontations, violent tendencies on Ramika's behalf. That is reasonable enough to be fearful of this girl. You don't know what she's going to do. You don't know when she's going to do it. She pops up uninvited more than one, and there's video footage to prove it. There is video footage to prove that she just pops up uninvited and start confrontations. That's her aim, okay? Now, again, and it also showed, there's videos out there that shows Ramika had patterns of obsession with Carlos. And unfortunately, you guys, she documented a lot of this on her own. She documented this, and so did Carlos. But one of the ones that she documented on her own is when she literally went to Carlos' residence, was ringing his doorbell, and was saying things like, I was on the phone with you for 45 minutes and you over a bitch house and blah, 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 blah. Listen, that shows patterns of obsession. Raise your hand if you have not seen that video where she goes and she's ringing the doorbell, but she's videotaping herself. And she speaks of, I was just on the phone with you for 45 minutes and now you got this bitch over your house and blah, 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 blah. I knew it. I knew it. You ain't nothing but a liar. That is patterns of obsession. And then there was another one where she was out with her son. It looked like they may have been in some type of park, fair, or whatever it was, when she walks up to him and said, if I see you with twin, I'm going to grab or I'm going to snatch her. Watch me. Watch me. Raise your hand if you've seen that video. Raise your hand if you've seen that video. That is what you call patterns of obsession. She's shown more than once that she will cause harm to him or another female if she catch the female with him or him with the female. Okay, that's patterns. It happened more than once. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jenny. Jenny corrected me and she said, I'm going to drag her. Okay. I'm going to drag her. If I see you with twin, I'm going to drag her. All right. So patterns of obsession with Carlos. Woo, child. It was a lot of them. She was ringing the hell out of that doorbell. Just patterns of obsession. Holly knew this behavior. You think Holly sleeping with Carlos, being with Carlos, interacting with Carlos, you think she didn't know this? You think that she didn't know that Ramika was downstairs threatening him with a pair of scissors? You don't think that he ever shared these videos with Holly? You don't think that she's seen him stab Carlos in the foot with a knife? Holly knew of this behavior. This is reasonable enough to fear this lady. She was stabbed. She was threatened. She had a whole picnic table in her hand, damn near, ready to hit him with it in front of her son. In front of her son, which means that she didn't care. She didn't care if Jesus himself was right there. She did not care. She did this action in front of her son. That shows aggression. That shows confrontation. That shows very possessive, obsessive, aggressive behavior of Ramika. That it is reasonable enough to fear her. And this is prior to the shooting, you guys. I'm not even talking about on the day of yet. I'm talking about prior to the shooting. So the fear didn't just start at gunshot that day, September the 8th. It didn't just start there, okay? The fear started when Ramika repeatedly showed up uninvited. It started when Ramika proved that she don't respect boundaries, that she will pop up over your house. She will pop up wherever you are. She will have a knife, a picnic table, whatever she can find in her hand to threaten you with it, okay? She has done this. We've seen video footage of it. There is surfacing all over the internet, okay? I didn't bring it out myself. Someone else brought it out. I just shared it. I took it, I borrowed it, and I made a video of it because I want to make sure that it is seen by us. Okay, by us. But it's not just going to be seen by us. These videos will be taken in account when we talk about character, okay? So again, if there's videos of Holly popping up uninvited and starting confrontations with scissors in her hand, with half of picnic tables in her hand, saying that I'm going to grab, I'm going to snatch, I'm going to do this, I'm sure they're going to be shown in court as well. I haven't seen any videos of such, okay? I have not seen any videos of anything about Holly talking about snatching, grabbing, or obsessing over Carlos. I have not seen that. However, there's quite a few floating around that shows Romika had a pattern of obsession over Carlos. Romika had a pattern of disrespecting boundaries, pulling up uninvited, and having weapons in her hand. All right. So that goes to reasonableness of fear. It's going to be a hard thing for the state to say she didn't fear for her life when what I just said was fear before the shooting. Again, it didn't start on September the 8th. It didn't start on September the 8th. It started before. Okay. Now let's talk about the restraining order a little bit more. A judge didn't just grant the restraining order based on the vibes. Oh, she got a pretty smile. She talks soft. No. The court found the fear that she had for Romika credible enough to say the court needs to intervene. That's what happened when the judge signed that no contact order on July the 14th. They found enough fear. They found that her fear was credible. It wasn't fake. It wasn't made up, right? It wasn't no plot to try to unalive her later. No. They found it credible enough to intervene. Actually, the judge said, I find that this threats will continue if the court does not intervene. If the court does not intervene, this will continue if the court does not intervene. All right. Now, again, I think the state is trying to say, oh, no, she intended it. That's why she went and got the restraining order, because this was all a setup. Now, and when I say the state is saying this, I don't know if the state is saying this. I heard this from another. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's just forget that, because I don't even want to talk about what I heard, because it don't even sound right. All right. But again, a judge, a court found enough fear that she went and sought out this restraining order because there was enough fear for the court to intervene, and they did. All right. Now let's talk about Romika being unarmed. Okay, being unarmed, and I've said this multiple times. All right, that being unarmed does not end self-defense. Just because a person is unarmed does not mean that you will not win your self-defense case. Okay. Self-defense laws does not require the attacker to be armed. Okay. It does not require that. Right? Because we all know that your hands can also bring harm. We've seen it happen. We've seen it. I've showed y'all the video. We've seen people get their head banged into the ground, punched on, kicked on, right? And then they ended up bleeding out in the brain, right? One punch can actually KI someone. We've seen that too. We've seen where one punch ended a person's life. Falling on asphalt, which is the streets, can end someone's life. You're hitting your head on the pavement, can unalive you. It can kill you. Strangulation can also kill you. If someone gets the best of you and they start strangling you, what I'm trying to say is you don't have to have a weapon. Your hands are enough. All right. So again, the law does not say because the person did not have a weapon that it wasn't self-defense and that you cannot defend yourself unless they have a weapon. But let's go a little further in there. How was Holly supposed to know if Romika had a weapon or not in her hands? How was she supposed to know that when someone is running up toward you? How was she supposed to know if there is a weapon in her hand or not? And even if we are to believe that she didn't run up on Holly, right? Because some people want to put that out there. Oh, Maury, you don't know that because there is no video, right? So we didn't see her run up. That was only said, right, by the defense. The attorney Ari put that in one of her motions that Romika ran up and swung on Holly. But because there is no video, right, let's say we don't go with that narrative. Let's just say we're not even going to say she ran up. But what we will say is she did approach Holly. And if they say, Amora, you can't say that either, because the witness said that Holly approached Romika. Well, you remember when I first started it and I said to prove self-defense or to help your self-defense claim without a video, that the evidence is heavily weighted on witness credibility, physical evidence, medical evidence, prior history, and reasonableness of fear. Y'all remember when I said that? Y'all remember when I said that? You can't just go by what the witness says. What the witness says have to match the crime scene, the physical evidence, the medical evidence, okay? We do know based on medical evidence, physical evidence, the crime scene, that Romika approached Holly. How do we know that, Amora? How do you know that? You can't say that, girl. You can't say that. Yes, I can. I absolutely can. Yes, I can. The white car you see in this photo is Romika's car. The black car you see in this photo is Holly's car. So if we don't believe anything else, we know that physical evidence says that Romika approached Holly's car. Why? Well, her body is laying right in front of Holly's car. The autopsy report says that there was blood found on Holly's car. Holly had blood found on her from her knees down to her shoes. So again, physical and medical evidence proves that Romika approached Holly, not the other way around. Okay? Medical and physical evidence and crime scene evidence is going to prove that the body did not fall into traffic like they said. The witness said the body fell into traffic. Well, she just said, she didn't say that. Let me take that back. I don't want to lie on the witness. Tia Ewan said that shit, okay? But the witness said that she was walking away. Like going back toward her car. She was walking away. What an autopsy report says, that's a lie. The autopsy report says the shot came in the front toward the back. Front entry, both shots. Front entry, both shots. Front to back, both shots. Not from the side, not from the back, but front entry, okay? So again, the evidence, physical, medical evidence says that Romika approached Holly, not the other way around, okay? If it was the other way around, Romika's body would be closer to her vehicle. Matter of fact, on the passenger side. Which means the other side of this vehicle, this white vehicle you see here, it wouldn't be nowhere near Holly's car. So again, I say, you can't just rely on witness statement. You have to look at witness statement. You have to look at physical evidence. You have to look at medical evidence. You have to look at the crime scene, you guys. You have to look at the crime scene. All right. Now, let's continue. So we were talking about, again, how did Holly know that Romika didn't have a weapon? Well, you wouldn't know if somebody is approaching you. You're not saying, hold your hands up or whatever, and you don't see what's in the palms of their hands. There is no way that Holly was supposed to know that Romika had a weapon or not, even though the law says Romika didn't have to have a weapon. But I'm adding it on to, how did Holly supposed to know that Romika did not have a weapon? Romika exited her vehicle. She was over in her vehicle area, her door area. She could have very much reached in, and this is just speculation right here. She could have very much reached in her vehicle, grabbed a weapon, and went toward Holly. We don't know that. We don't know what mindset Romika was on that day. Okay? But nevertheless, she could have. We don't know that. The state would have to prove that Holly knew Romika didn't have a weapon. But again, the law says that she don't even have to have a weapon. When you aggressively approach someone, if you don't want to see it, real don't exist, you literally can exit. Okay, you don't have to be here. Okay, you really don't. But what you ain't gonna do is tell me what to remove and not to remove on my live stream. If you don't want to see it, close your eyes. Okay, close your eyes. There's nothing inappropriate about what I'm showing. If you don't want to see it, play peekaboo with your hands. Okay, now let's continue. Again, the judge, excuse me, I'm kind of throwing it off. Excuse me. So there is no way of, when someone aggressively approach you, right? You don't know what type of time they on. You don't know what they coming to do. You don't know what they have in their hand. You do not know. But guess what? It is Holly's duty to protect herself, but not only protect herself, but to also protect her child that is right behind her. Literally right behind her, in the vehicle right behind her. Let's talk about that for a minute. Let's talk about the 6-month-old child that was in the car right behind her. The state weighs heavily when a person is not only protecting themselves, but also protecting someone that cannot defend themselves. Okay, now let's introduce 6-month-old at the time, baby Carlson. Baby Carlson was in the vehicle behind Holly when Romika aggressively, or however you want to say she approached. Whether you want to say aggressively, she said, I wasn't being disrespectful. I just didn't want the other side coming after you saying you keeping up. Sorry, being concerned. Okay, well, I apologize for getting smart with you. I thought you was one of the uneducated ones. So I do apologize, okay? But they're going to say something anyway, baby. I'm just going to keep it real with you, all right? Other bloggers have used this picture 1,000 times and they didn't say anything, okay? So I do understand your concern and I appreciate it, okay? So I do apologize for getting slick with you, but sometimes the uneducated do come over here with their shenanigans, all right? And I just thought you was one of them, but thank you to know that you're not, all right? But thank you for looking out or whatever, but this photo is going to be shown in court, all right? This photo right here will be used in court, all right? So there's nothing wrong with this photo. It's blurred out. So, it's mainly blurred out, right? So there's nothing wrong with this photo, okay? But I get what you're saying, all right? And matter of fact, let me just get another picture. Hold on 1 second. I'll just use this one. Y'all just gonna have to imagine the spot right there, the little gray spot. So that gray spot right there is where the body was, okay? They cleaned it up, but y'all know where the body was right there. Y'all see the little gray spot, okay? All right, hold on just a second. All right. Okay. Now, where was I? Okay, let's talk about baby Carson, because baby Carson has entered the trial. All right. So baby Carson, 6 months old at the time, not able to defend himself. All right. He was also to be protected. A lot of people like to say and claim he was not in harm. No one knows that. And you cannot tell a mother that has been threatened and her child has also been threatened. All right. That you cannot tell a mother that her child is not in harm when a person has threatened not only you, but also your child. Okay. You cannot tell a mother that her child is not in danger. Okay. We don't know that. The threat was eliminated before we had to find out. Thank God. Okay. Thank God that we did not have to find out whether or not the child was in danger or not. All right. She said the black car, the one where the blood is. Exactly. The black car where the red angle is, where that spot is, where they cleaned it up, or they call themselves cleaning it up right there. That's the black car. That black car right there is Holly's car. That is where Romika approached Holly, and Holly did what she did, and Romika's body landed right there. Okay. Right there. Right there. You can actually see a wider picture, and you don't see no blood droppings or nothing like that from the door of Romika driver's side, around the back, nor the front. Her body landed right by Holly's car. Now let's get back to baby Carson that was in the car and that could not defend himself. All right. Now, the state of Illinois allows the defense of others. And they strongly allow it. Okay. They allow the defense of others. The child does not need to be attacked first to say that I was defending my child. Only the child being in the presence. Okay. Being in the presence. Now, if the car, let's just say, was, and I'm being facetious right now, but let's just say the car where baby Carson was the gray car right here where the yellow arrow is at. Okay. Let's just say baby Carson was right there, and Romika only ran up to Holly where the red arrow. Then the state can say and prove that Romika wasn't after baby Carson. She was only after Holly, right? Right there, Holly will only be defending herself. But guess what? Baby Carson wasn't in this gray car. Baby Carson was in the black car. The same black car that Holly was standing in front of when Romika approached her. Let me say that again. Baby Carson wasn't in the gray vehicle that you see on this screen under the yellow arrow. That is not where baby Carson was sitting. Baby Carson was in the black car. The black car that Holly was standing in front of when Romika approached her. So again, the state of Illinois allows the defense of others. She was defending her 6-month-old son as well as herself. Her 6-month-old son was named in the stay away order, the no contact order, excuse me. Her son was named, Carson Smith was named in the no contact order as well. So not only was she supposed to stay away from her, she was supposed to also stay away from Carson. All right. Now, the child does not need to be attacked first. Okay. Now, the law does not require a parent to be knocked unconscious before acting in self-defense. The encounter between Romika and Holly ended directly in front of Holly's car, the same car that baby Carson was strapped in. Okay. The presence of baby Carson on the scene and the vehicle in which he was in is going to weigh heavily. Now, it may not weigh heavily in the detention hearing, but it will weigh heavily in the trial. It wasn't just one person being defended. It was also a baby, a child that is defenseless, cannot defend themselves, okay? That will be brought up and it will weigh heavily. And I'm about to base my opinion on something. And then I'm going to get back to legalities. I don't understand how no mother, none whatsoever, can just ignore the fact that a woman is there with her child, minding her own motherfucking business, and another human comes and threatens her and her child. And don't think that it's okay for a mother to defend herself and her child. Who wouldn't do that? Who wouldn't defend herself and her child when someone that you did not invite, you did not ask to come over, you are minding your own business, and someone comes up and approach you? They approached you and swung on you per the defense argument. The defense says that Holly was swung on. I don't understand how another mother thought that Holly should not have done nothing. Should have just took the ass whooping and potentially put her child in harm's way, in danger. I don't get it. I don't understand it at all, okay? She said, Amor, do you have a picture of the scene showing the car that shows Holly was blocked in and could have just leave? She said, do you have a picture of the scene showing the car? I don't have one, but there is one. I'm going to leave it right there, okay? There is a video that shows that the car was blocked in, and I'm just going to leave it right there, okay? That's for trial. We're going to save some stuff for trial, all right? That's for trial. But there is a video that shows that Holly was definitely blocked in, all right? So, and let's not worry about what others say. We don't care nothing about what Ramika, just for Ramika supporters say over here. We only speaking on over here, how we analyze things, how we process the law legally, and my own opinion. I don't give a fine hoot what any other content creator think or say. They don't think like me, okay? They don't process things or analyze things like me, okay? Now, if y'all want to argue with them about what they think, y'all can argue with them about what they think on their panel. But over here, we don't give a damn and we don't give a F what they think. Their opinions are invalid to me. Very much invalid. I don't even listen to what they have to say, but they very much will listen to me because I'm her for real, okay? What I think, yeah, they want to hear it. They care about it. Yeah. Okay? And then they gargle it in their esophagus, all right? I don't go listen to them. They listen to me. We got to get it right here. I'm her. But nevertheless, let me stop beating my damn chest and get back to the facts, okay? Y'all understand when I talk about Holly and this case, I stick to the case, honey. I ain't got time to be going down no emotional rants and talking about all type of bullshit that don't have nothing to do with the case. If you want to hear about the case, if you want to hear, and if you want 90%, 95% of the content to be about the case instead of social media bullshit ass beef fallout, then come over here. Okay, come over here. You don't have to worry about me running down somebody, talking about their spouse, their shoes, their clothes, their hair, whether they got money, whether they married, whether they husband gay or not. I don't give a fuck about any of that. So if you want to hear about the case, 98% of the time, except for me shouting out my supporters for supporting me heavily and tipping me. But if you, thank you. She said, I love your channel. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. So if you want to hear about the case, the fact of the case, then this is a channel for you. I don't have time for that fluffity fluff shit. Okay. That shit means no weight over here. So let's get back to what y'all came over here for. All right. This is what y'all come over here for. All that other shit, all that other bullshit is just bullshit. Okay? So let's get back to it. Again, the encounter ended directly in front of the car where baby Carson was strapped in. We have to remember that because it will be brought up. Because it matters. It absolutely matters. Okay? Risk of incapacitation matters. And I said risk. Risk of incapacitation matters. If Romika would have got the best of Holly, and whether she knocked her unconscious, strangled her, she blacked out. And let me tell you something. Sometimes people can go into shock, whether they are hit or they can go into shock from fear. So the risk of incapacitation, it matters. If Holly would have been incapacitated that day, then Romika could have gotten to baby Carson. We don't know what she would have done to baby Carson. We've seen text messages. Well, text messages will be shown in court where she actually said, that baby ain't none of my son's brother. That baby will never be my son's brother. And there are text messages that will be shown where she says she was spit in baby Carson's face. Now, from my knowledge, okay? From my knowledge, baby Carson didn't do anything to Romika. Baby Carson didn't threaten Romika. Baby Carson didn't make no videos of Romika. Baby Carson didn't put a jacket on that Romika, wear the same color as Romika. Baby Carson didn't date Romika's boyfriend. From my knowledge, baby Carson didn't do anything to deserve spit in his face. But it was said, I'll spit in that baby face. Okay? So now from my knowledge, there should have been no reason baby Carson was being threatened. There is a message that was sent that said, I hope you and baby Carson die. That is a threat. No matter how you want to flip it, turn it, rub it, twist it, or pop it. That is a threat. Look it up if you don't believe me. Wishing death on someone is a threat. I hope you and baby Carson, well, I hope you and that baby die is what was said. That is a threat of life. A threat of life. So again, from my knowledge, just my knowledge, you guys, baby Carson didn't do a damn thing to be threatened. So again, the risk of incapacitation of Holly could have led to the harm of baby Carson. Holly defended not only herself, she defended her 6-month-old defenseless baby that was strapped in the back seat of the car that Romika approached. Romika approached. Holly did not approach Romika and shot her. Romika's body did not fall by Romika's car. Romika's body did not fall by the driver's door. Romika's body did not fall by the passenger door. Romika's body did not fall by the trunk of her vehicle. Romika's body did not fall from the hood of her vehicle. Romika's body dropped right in front of the car where baby Carson was strapped in. Okay? Now, let's go a little further because the state may want to say, well, Carlos was there. Carlos could have protected baby Carson. Huh? Well, guess what? Carlos's presence does not take away the fear from Holly. And it does not kill the self-defense claim. Okay? The state cannot prove that Carlos would have stopped any harm or danger toward Holly. The state cannot prove that Carlos being there would have not incapacitated Holly or harmed Carson. The state can't prove that. Okay? We just seen women knock out men on several occasions. We didn't see women beat men asses. We didn't see women attack men with knives, scissors, or whatever the case may be. We have seen men attacked by women. We have seen men unalived by women. We've seen it. So the state can't prove, because Carlos was there, that Holly was not in danger and that baby Carson was not in danger. The law does not require anyone to gamble with their life or their child's safety, okay, on what somebody else coulda, woulda, shoulda, woulda, coulda, woulda done. The law does not require Holly to gamble her life or Carson's safety trying to debate whether or not Carlos would have been able to stop her. The law does not require that. Okay, Carlos's intervention is unpredictable. No one knows if he would have been able to restrain her, okay, without harming her. No one knows that. It's just basically unpredictable, right? And let me tell you what matters in self-defense. Seconds matter. Not minutes, not hours, not days, not months, but seconds. You have to react in seconds to save your life or the life of others. Seconds matter, not minutes. I don't have time to figure out what you're going to do. All I know is you are approaching me and my child. I don't know what you're about to do. But I got a duty, not only to myself, but to my child. Okay? Seconds matter. One strike could have incapacitated Holly. Could have took her down, if you want to know what that means. It could have taken her down. It could have knocked her the fuck out. She could have blacked out. It could have harmed her. One punch, one hit. So Carlos being there does not mean that he would have been able to protect the baby if Holly was down. All right? Eventually is not the legal standards. Intimacy is, or intimates, like you're intimate, like right now, immediately. Seconds matter. All right? So was Holly in intimate danger? Yeah, she was in intimate danger, and so was her child. Someone is approaching you. You don't know what they're about to do. And guess what? By law, you don't have to sit there and figure it out or wait for it. You don't have to wait for it. Okay? Now let's continue. All right? Now let's talk about why the state case is harder than a lot of people are thinking. All right, let's just go there. Let's talk about it. There is no video. We've already said that. There is no video at all. So they can't even say, well, look, right here, it shows that, you know, this happened or that happened. So there is no video of the shooting, right? Or there is no video of the confrontation period. The witness statements conflicts with each other, or should I say inconsistent. And the witness statement conflicts with the crime scene. Now, let's go a little further. The witness said, witness number 3 is what we're talking about, said that Holly fired from the sidewalk, you guys. Now, she said she fired from the sidewalk and then she tried to change it and blah, 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 blah. It just depends on which channel, which platform she's on, okay? But it said that the witness said Holly fired from the sidewalk. Well, let's just tell you, let's explain how that is not possible, okay? If Holly fired from the sidewalk, then how Holly got blood on her? Splats of blood on her. How did Holly get blood on her knee down if she fired from the sidewalk? Huh? Let's talk about it. Let's pull it up, shall we? Let's go there for a second. So Holly has blood on her pants leg. You see her knee area right here? Let me see if I can move this arrow. No, that's old. So I got to get another arrow because this is an old photo. But do you see right here? And if you got a weak stomach, you could just close your eyes. But do you see this blood right here? If Holly fired from the sidewalk, how did blood get on Holly's leg? And Holly's socks? And Holly's shoes? How did blood get on there? Huh? How did Holly get blood on her if she fired from the sidewalk? Yeah, okay. Which means the witness statements is inconsistent with the crime scene, okay? Now, no video. The witness said Holly fired from the sidewalk, but yet Romika's body dropped right by her car, and there was blood on Holly's car. Now, that's in the paperwork. That's not what Amora is saying. That's not what the defense attorney is saying. That's what was in the paperwork, okay? That, well, we all know about the blood because we see it, right? Holly has blood on her clothing from her leg down. Now, I'm going to go an extra step and say that I believe the blood came from the thigh shot, but I can't definitively say that. That is just my opinion. That would take some medical experts or forensic experts to make that claim, okay? However, it does show blood on her. It shows blood on the vehicle, which means, I mean, just from my little education that I have, and I am a master's degree holder, okay? That tells me that Holly was right by her car when she fired her weapon. She was by her car and close enough to Romika to get blood on her. Okay? Now, we've heard from Tia Urin. I think that's how you say her name. Or I mean, if I'm saying her name wrong, y'all know who I'm talking about, the reporter, right? On Fox. We heard from her that said that witness said that two witnesses carried Romika's body from in the street area. They said that she fell into traffic. They took her body from the street area and moved it over to Holly's car. Well, baby. Oh my goodness. Let me just say it like that. Say it like this. The crime scene does not say that. The crime scene says that's not true. The crime scene says there will be blood trails that could easily be proven. There is none. There was none written in the report whatsoever. The same report that said that there was blood on Holly's car, it would have also said there was a blood trail from the left side of Romika's car that trailed all the way to Holly's car. It would have said that, but it did not. It did not say that whatsoever. Why? Well, because I don't know, it magically disappeared or some shit. I don't know. So again, the blood splatters that was found on Holly's pants and socks and shoes shows that they were close when the gunshot was fired. Okay? This is from my own analysis, right? She said, drop the link. All right, I will drop the link. But I want to continue with what I'm saying, but I will drop the link. So this shows me from my analysis that they were pretty damn close when the shots was fired. We see that the confrontation ended right in front of Holly's car, not Romika's car, but Holly's car. And what did we say? We see Holly has blood on her pants and her socks and her shoes. Okay. We do not see any blood trail, no drippings or anything like that coming from the passenger side or even the driver's side of Romika's vehicle. Okay. Hey, Cassie, what's going on?
Hey, I just want to come up and clarify something. When the shots rang out, that's when the POD podcast picked up.
It did.
I'm from Chicago. So anything after the shooting, the podcast have that. So if they moved her body, it would be on camera. And that's all I came up to say.
Okay, yeah, that's true. What you're saying is absolutely correct.
Yeah, because that don't even make sense. They moved her body. Well, then that'll be on camera because as soon as those gunshots went off, the POD picks up gunfire and
Yeah, that's
the
true.
camera zoom in on where those shots ranged out there. So it would be on camera. And that's all, more. Keep doing your big one, girl.
Okay, thank you so much, Cassie. Appreciate that. Okay. So Cassie is absolutely correct. Okay. When the gunshots fired, the camera does zoom in on the gunshot. So if the body was moved, that would be on camera. Okay. And from my understanding, they do have video footage of when the gunshot fired. Not, excuse me, let me take that back. They don't have it right when it fired, but they do have it zooming in right when the shots was rained. When they did it, the camera was like, what the fuck that noise is coming from? And they said, zzz, right here. What the hell is going on right here? Okay. So that's what happened. All right. So now again, we see the blood here. So we understand that they had to be pretty close, which means that the witness number 3 saying that the shots came from the sidewalk would be impossible for Holly to have blood on her pants. Okay. She also had blood on her hands. Let me see if I can bring up that photo. All right. She also stood with blood on her hands as well. Hold on. Well, you can't really see it, but you can't see the blood. So I'll just let the court save that one because I know it's blood, but you can't see it. I think you saw it in the video, but when I zoomed in, it got blurry, so it don't even matter on that part. You'll see it in court. So nevertheless, again, but we do see it on her pants leg right here, and we see it on her socks, and we see it on her shoes that she does have blood. And Carlos had blood too, but we know that Carlos was all over by the body, okay, because he was touching the body and, just when he was calling 911, we know he was over the body and he touched the body, despite the witnesses saying all he did was just stand over the body and look down at her. Okay. So despite the witnesses saying that, we saw differently. Okay. We saw it on videotapes that has surfaced around this internet several times before it even got to my, before I even start blogging on this story, y'all. Before I even start blogging on this story, we saw the video, right? And some other people have seen the videos as well. Well, the defense attorney has those videos, all right? So let's continue. So again, the state has to prove that Carlos being there would have prevented Holly from being hurt and also baby Carlson. And that's going to be a hard proof. So anyway, now we're talking about why the state case is going to be harder than I think people are acting like. All right. No video at the moment of the shooting, conflicting of the witness statement per the crime scene. It just does not match. Okay. Shooting from the curb, moving the body, her approaching, because she says she shot from the curb, but she also said that Holly approached Romika. And she also said that Romika was turning away at the time the shots rang. Romika was turning away. Well, the autopsy report says that's not true. The autopsy report says the shots came from front to what? From front to back. From front to back. Let's pull that up for a second. From front to back. That is what the autopsy report reads. The shots was from front to back. Okay. It wasn't from the side. She didn't turn, it wasn't in the shoulder, it was in her chin. And it was a forward shot, which means that they was facing one another. Unfortunately, Romika got in Holly's face. For whatever reason, she got in Holly's face. She got in her circle. I don't think she was going up there to kiss her. Yeah, I don't know. But the autopsy reports, which is the evidence of injury, says the gunshot wound on the right side of Romika's face was forward to backwards. Forward to backwards, which means that Romika was not walking away. Romika did not get shot in the shoulder. Romika did not get shot in the back. Romika did not get shot anywhere behind her, because if she would have, Holly would be dead as wrong. That would not justify self-defense at all. Not to me, but the fact that she got shot forward facing, can we hashtag forward facing? Forward facing, okay? Forward facing. Now, the report goes on that says there was no soot found, no burn marks or anything like that on Romika. And when the report came back on that, I heard noise, which we don't care what people say, but we heard noise that means that they was far from each other. That's not what that means. It just means that it wasn't done execution style. What it means is the weapon was not pressed against Romika's face. It was not pressed against Romika's thigh. That's what that means. It was not pressed in her skin. But they were pretty much close to one another, forward facing to one another. It says the direction of the wound path is front to back. That's what this report says. The direction of the wound path is front to back. Not side to side, not back to front, but front to back. Meaning the wound path, the bullet went into the wound from the front to the back. She was not leaving away as the witness said she was. She wasn't walking away at all. She wasn't by her vehicle at all. The shot wasn't rained from the sidewalk at all. None of that. How do we know that? Because the evidence, when you don't have video footage, you cannot just rely on what someone said. It has to match the evidence, the medical evidence, the forensic evidence, the crime scene evidence, the physical evidence. It has to match already. We have not started trial. There's already reasonable doubt. We ain't even started yet. We got almost a year before trial even start, and there's already reasonable doubt. There's already reasonable doubt. Okay, let's continue. So again, the state case is going to be harder. Why? No video at the moment the shots rang. Conflicting, inconsistent witness statements. Forensic doesn't clearly show an execution. This was no execution style shooting. Not at all. Intent is inferred, but not proven. The state, how are they going to prove intent when she was approached? How are they going to prove intent when she was uninvited? How are they going to prove intent when her body, the whole confrontation ended by Holly's vehicle with Holly's 6-month-old baby in it? How are you going to prove intent? Intent. She was approached. She had the restraining order. She received the threats. Her baby was on the scene. She was standing by her car. How in this world the state is going to prove intent? None of this screams intent on Holly's behalf. None of it. None of this evidence prove or scream intent. None of it. Saying that Holly wanted Ramika gone because she was jealous and wanted to be the only baby mama. Well, guess what? It clashes. It clashes with the evidence. What do I mean by that? It clashes with, if she was so jealous, why did she go get a restraining order? For old girl to stay away from her. She didn't ask for Carlos' name to be added to the restraining order. She asked for her baby to be added to the restraining order. If she didn't want Carlos or Ramika around Carlos, she would have asked the judge, can you add Carlos Smith to the restraining order? She didn't ask that. She asked, could you add my baby Carlston to the restraining order? She was defending herself and her baby, not Carlos. She was defending herself and her baby. Okay? So again, the state is going to have a hard time trying to prove that Holly intended to do any of this when Ramika was the aggressor, when Ramika approached Holly, when Ramika had prior threats to Holly, when Ramika has behavior of aggression and popping up when she was nowhere, when she was not invited, excuse me. Ramika, there's patterns of threats, aggression, uninvited confrontations, all of that. Of being obsessed over Carlos, all of that. There's a pattern out there. This didn't just happen no one time. And Holly wasn't the only one that Ramika act like this toward. And there's videos to prove it. It wasn't just Holly. It was anybody that Carlos was with. Okay? So again, there is no intentions on Holly's part when Holly is just standing there by her damn car door. Her car door. Her car door. How do we know that? Boom, 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 boom. Despite what the witness has claimed, the witness claimed several different things. The witness says that she was approached, that she came and banged on Ramika's door saying, get out and fight, bitch, get out and fight. The evidence doesn't say that. The evidence says that Ramika approached Holly. The evidence doesn't say that Holly was on the sidewalk. Because if we want to go with that narrative, that she was on the sidewalk, then how did she go from banging on the hood to the damn sidewalk? And if she was on the sidewalk, then what was Ramika doing at her car door? Was she trying to get to baby Carlson? See, you see where I'm going? And see, I don't want to do that conspiracy theory bullshit. I don't want to do that. But if we are to believe the witness, y'all, the witness said that the shots fired from the sidewalk, but she dropped by the car door. And if we are to speculate, which I really don't want to do, but if we are to speculate, then are we saying that she was at the baby? Because that's further help Holly, is what I'm trying to say. And I don't even want to snatch shit out my ass like that. Hold on, let me put this down because all these things coming through right quick. Hold on. Where are they coming from? I need to close down my Facebook Messenger. Give me a second, y'all. All right, it's closed. So again, I don't want to snatch stuff out of my behind and just throw it on the wall. But if we are to do that, if we are to, just make up shit, right? If we just want to make up shit, and if we want to go along with the witness said the shots was fired from the sidewalk, but her body ended. I thought I just got rid of it. But her body ended by the car. So if we are to go with that theory, oh, I didn't. Okay, my bad. If we are to go with that theory, then if I was the defense attorney, I would ask, if that's the case, then was she at the baby? Was she at the baby? Because if she was at the baby, then that's even more justification, because Illinois law says defense of a child is authorized. Defense of a child is authorized. That's if we go down that old narrow road. But then we would have to ignore the blood stains on her pants. And we don't want to do that. Why? Because we're educated over here. Because we're educated. Because we just don't think with our emotions. We look at facts. We look at evidence. How did she get blood on her pants? Well, she got blood on her pants because she was close to the victim. At the time, the blood was squirting out, okay? And even though, oh, she picked her up, if she picked her up, you don't get splats on you from picking someone up. It will be different. It will look different. If you pick up a body, you're not going to get these splats and dribbles like that. No, baby, it's going to look different. And it ain't just going to be below your knee. It's going to be all on your body, your jacket, your shirt, every goddamn where. Come on. Holly would be drenched in blood. Drenched, not just splats of blood on the bottom of her pants leg. See, we want to think outside the box here. We don't want to be narrow-minded. You got to think with what God gave you. And that's what we're doing over here. We're thinking with what God gave us, okay? So again, the autopsy report says the direction of the wound path is front to back, not side to side, not back to front, but front to back, not left to right, but front to back. Romika was not going back to her car. She was not retreating at all. The shots were not from the sidewalk. Romika and Holly were close. That's what the evidence says. The evidence says there were blood on the vehicle. Blood was on Holly's car, not Romika's car. Blood wasn't on Romika's car. It was on Holly's car. Holly's car. Okay? Now, that's what the evidence says. That's what the medical evidence says. That's what forensics says. So again, now, let's continue on. I'm not even going to go over that one right there. Let's talk about a realistic path for Holly for a second. What is a realistic path for Holly to win this case? Now, I already told you guys, I do believe that Holly will be acquitted for self-defense. And that is me looking at evidence. That is me hearing the witness statement. Now, let me just clarify myself. The statement that I heard is the one that she did on a blogger's panel. I don't know what she told the police, but what I read in the motion, that what she told the police at the scene is differently than what she told the police when she went down there to do her interview. Now, I do understand that sometimes you're going to add, sometimes you're going to take away. I understand that. But I also understand that sometimes a witness can sit back and listen to what's on TV, what's being said on the bloggers' channels and whatnot, and then they can embellish a little bit. All right? Actually, I think that it's expected, okay? But not to the point where the crime scene does not match up to what the witness is saying, okay? I don't think no judge or no jury is going to convict someone based off a witness statement and the crime scene says differently. Not just a little differently, but a lot of differently. A lot of differently. The crime scene does not scream Holly was the aggressor. Holly approached Romika. Holly chased Romika with a weapon. Holly was shooting when Romika was retreating. Holly did a whole goddamn shot from the sidewalk. I was gonna say an expert shot, a snapper shot from the sidewalk. The crime scene does not say that. And when I say the crime scene, I mean the crime scene. I mean the autopsy report. I mean Holly's pants. I'm saying the whole thing, you guys. Physical evidence does not say that. Physical evidence does not say that. So you can't just go by what the witness said. You got to put all of it together. And if you can't come up with a story after you put it all together, then guess what? Do anybody know? I want y'all to hashtag it for me down in the comments. If the state cannot use the witness statement and put everything together to prove intent, then guess what's going to happen? Do anybody know? Do anybody know? I'll give you a second before I scream it out. Do anybody know? Y'all want me to give you a hint? What comes into play if the witness statement contradicts the crime scene? What comes into play? I haven't seen nobody write it yet. I see y'all writing down the ultimate, but what gets to that? Well, let me tell you. There you go. There you go. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. The only way the state can prove first-degree murder is they have to eliminate reasonable doubt. Beyond reasonable doubt means they have to eliminate any reasonable doubt. There's already reasonable doubt. The statements that has been told does not match the crime scene. It does not match the evidence. We have not seen any aggression in Holly. And people want to say, oh, the thing that she said on TikTok about, oh, you know, boom, boom, bang, bang, whatever that video is that I've seen. And if somebody has it, I'll show it on here. What she did like a video, and she said, oh, I'm going to start shooting up people or something like that. It was like a TikTok video with some young boy, right? That has nothing to do with Romika. Nothing to do with Romika. Even the I would never video. They trying to say the I would never video is antagonizing toward Romika. She doesn't even mention Romika's name. But there's videos where Romika mentions her names. There's text messages where she wrote to Holly. Romika wrote to Holly. There's voice notes where Romika sent to Holly. There's not no voice notes or no text message where Holly sent to Romika except for leave me alone. Except for leave me alone. Leave me alone. There is no threatened text messages from Holly to Romika. Just the other way around. Just the other way around. Okay? That's not going to hold up. That's not going to hold no weight. So again, the evidence, that's what we're talking about. The evidence. However you want to slice this cake or pie, the evidence speaks volume. The evidence shows there is reasonable fear And guess what? The state would have to prove that. The state would have to say you wasn't in fear of your life. How the state gonna tell her that? How the state gonna prove that she wasn't in reasonable fear? Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. That is why I believe that. Now let's go over the pathway. Okay. So, like I told you guys before, the defense team, they have to bring up the argument of self-defense. Okay. Once they bring up the argument of self-defense, once it is accepted into trial, then the state responsibility, everything switches over to the state. The state has to prove that it wasn't self-defense, that she did not act in defense of herself or her son. They have to prove that she was not in reasonable fear of her safety or her son's safety. They have to prove that a person, a reasonable person, a person in her shoes or mindset would not have done what she did. Meaning, a mother that had her child in the car that has been threatened, and so has she. He has seen video where this same woman has threatened her child's father with a pair of scissors, with a piece of wood, has stabbed him in the foot, have said on numerous occasions, I'm going to snatch her, I'm going to grab her, I'm going to harm her, right? Had harassing calls to her grandmother, I'm going to end your granddaughter's life. And I can go on and on and on. A state cannot prove after all of that, after all this woman has went through with this victim, that she was not in reasonable fear of her life or great bodily harm against her or her child. Now, again, self-defense doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to say the decision that she made had to be perfect. It just had to be that she reasonably believed that Ramika would have caused great bodily harm to her. He had to reasonably believe that. How is the jury going to eliminate reasonable belief out of Holly? Holly's state of mind. And state of mind counts. This girl has already received months and months and months of harassment from Ramika. Death threats from Ramika. I'm going to spit in your son's face from Ramika. Amongst other things. She done already been through that. She done already been upstairs, probably looking out the window and seeing the video in which I showed you guys about 2 weeks ago or so, where where Ramika was threatening to cut up her baby's father's face while she was upstairs. Her car was downstairs. That was proven. She was there. She was in the house. She was in the house. How can any jury remove reasonable fear? It's her reasonable belief. The state has to take that away. And I believe that's going to be a hard bar. I believe that they're not going to be able to prove that Holly was not in no fear. She wasn't scared. How are they going to prove that she wasn't scared? How do you prove that someone wasn't scared? Now, a way that they could have proved it, the way the state could have proved that she wasn't in no fear, is if she would have went around to Ramika's vehicle while Ramika was standing in the door frame and popped her right there. Then guess what? Hell yeah, they'll be able to prove that she wasn't in no fear. Or they would have been able to prove it if Ramika said, Holly, fuck you, and was walking away. And Holly said, what you say? And popped her in her back. if the bullet was in the back of her head, the back of her shoulder, anywhere on her back, the back of her legs, in her ass, then the state would have been able to prove, hell no, she wasn't in no fear. She wasn't in no fear. It wasn't reasonable. But how are you going to prove that she wasn't in fear when she was faced head on? Per the evidence. Per the evidence. She was face on with her stalker. With her documented stalker. With her legally documented stalker. They have threatened her life. She's staring eye to eye with someone that says, I'm going to KI your granddaughter. I hope you DIE. I hope your baby DIE. How's the state going to prove that she wasn't in reasonable fear? Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I was like, damn, if there was another charge, if the state wouldn't have went so high, I could see them being able to stick something to her, even though I still believe it was self-defense. But because they went so high and they charged her with first degree, all 6 counts is still first degree, no matter how you want to slice it. All 6 counts, first degree, first degree, first degree, first degree, first degree, first degree, all 6 counts, first degree, right? First degree require for the state to prove that she intended to KI Romika and that it was not justified and she didn't do it in self-defense. They have to prove that. They have to prove that it wasn't done in self-defense. And the only way they're going to be able to do that, if they're going to have to remove reasonable doubt. They're going to have to say she wasn't in reasonable fear of her life, because and let me tell you something else a lot of people don't know. The state don't even have to believe that she wasn't in fear. Let's take that back. The state have to prove that she didn't believe. The state have to prove that she didn't believe, that Holly didn't believe, didn't have a reasonable belief that her life was in danger. Let me say that again. 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 Reasonable doubt comes in if they cannot prove that Holly didn't believe. Not that State Attorney Johnson, State Attorney Thomas, whatever his name is. I don't even know the state attorney's name. But the state attorney, it's not even about if they believed it or not. Oh, she wasn't in no reasonable fear of her life. It says the state has to prove that Holly didn't believe. Her belief, that she was in belief that she was in reasonable or intimate danger, or however they said. I'll look up the exact words. But they have to prove that Holly didn't believe. How can you even do that? How can you even do that? Well, they could if they were able to prove that Holly was the aggressor and Holly went and approached her and poom her where she was, right? And I'm gonna say this, and I know people in the comments are gonna be like, "Oh well, Amor, he was white, blah blah blah." Okay, so Sean Grayson, Officer Grayson, he was charged with first degree murder, and they didn't get him on first degree. They ended up getting him on second degree. I went and looked. I said, "Why didn't they convict him on first degree?" Because we saw that, right? We saw what happened. We saw it on they had video footage on video camera. I mean, the body cam, right? I said, why didn't he get charged with first degree? The jury came back and said they found him guilty of second degree and not first degree because they could not prove. Actually, it's not they could. They said the state did not prove that Officer Sean Grayson didn't believe that he was in reasonable fear of his life. The state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Officer Sean Grayson did not believe that he was in reasonable fear of his life. Matter of fact, let me look it up. Let me get the exact words just in case you know. I know I got some bush watchers listening to me. Hold on. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Grayson, Officer Grayson, convicted. He got charged with first degree, but he did not get convicted of first degree. All right. I'm going to give you the exact words, okay? Okay, this is what it says. I said, why didn't Sean Grayson get convicted of first degree murder? All right. It says Sean Grayson was not convicted of first degree murder because the legal standard for first degree in the state of Illinois is extremely high. And the prosecution could not prove every required element beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence and the circumstances of the case. It said first degree murder requires specific intent. To convict someone of first degree murder, the state generally must prove that the defendant intentionally killed the victim or knowingly performed the act knowing that they would cause death or act with deliberation or premeditation. And it says, depending on the jurisdiction. And it said, in Sean Grayson's case, the jury could not find sufficient proof that he went to the scene intending to KI, the young lady, planned the killing in advance, or acted with a clear, conscious objective to cause death. Without that mental state, first degree murder fails. The defense raised reasonable doubt about the intentions. Even if the shooting itself was unjustified or reckless, that alone does not automatically equal first degree murder. The defense argument likely emphasized a rapid evolving situation, meaning something that happened quickly, poor judgment under stress rather than calculated intent, and possible fear, panic, or misinterpretation of a threat. If any reasonable jury believed the killing was reckless or negligent rather than intentional, they must reject first degree murder. Now, let me read that again because that is one of the statements that's given to the jury. Okay, if any reasonable jury believed the killing was reckless or negligent rather than intentional, they must reject first degree. Use of force cases face a higher burden. Cases involving, okay, anyway, I don't have to do that one because they talks about law enforcement and all that stuff or whatever. However, it says lesser homicide charges fit the evidence better. What the evidence did support was a lower level of culpability, such as second degree murder, which means intentional but mitigated, right? Manslaughter, reckless, or heat of the moment conduct. Jurors often choose a lesser charge when they believe that the defendant did cause the death, but they are not convinced of deliberate intent to kill. This is a very common outcome in shooting cases. Okay. So again, the jury believe, yeah, hell yeah, Holly did do it, but they are not convinced that it was deliberate intent to kill. Deliberate intent to kill. Deliberate intent to kill. So again, the reason why Sean Grayson wasn't found guilty for first degree is because they could not prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that that was his state of mind at the time it fired, okay? It says the prosecutor could not prove every required element beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence and circumstances of the case. Which means first degree, like I said before, in my opinion, was an overcharge. This is what Talk About It with Amora is saying. Damn any other channel. I don't give a fuck about no other channel. Don't tell me to go listen to this person, that person, or that person. I don't give a damn what they say. This is my channel. Again, Amora says, I believe it was an overcharge of first degree. I do not believe that the state would be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Holly did not believe that her life was in imminent danger. Okay? Yeah, okay. I don't know what that means. So nevertheless, like I said, you good at what you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But like I said, I think that it was an overcharge and the evidence, because we're talking evidence. We're not talking hearsay. We're not talking speculative. We're not talking feelings. We're not talking, oh my God, she wrote a note to her son. Oh my God, she's cute. Oh my God, her son is left without a mom. We get all of that. We understand that. But that does not mean a person cannot defend themselves if they believe that they are in imminent danger, or their child, which is on the scene, is also in imminent danger from their attacker, from their stalker. Okay? So again, the state has a high bar to climb. Detention has nothing to do with the outcome of a trial. Now, it's unfortunate that America has this, you're innocent until proven guilty, but then they lock you up and make you sit down for a year or two before your case is heard. That's an unfortunate thing. Maybe people can get together one day and change that law in the future, or whatever the case may be. But that's just how America do their thing or whatever. So she may have to sit. But I believe that she will be found for first degree murder. She will be acquitted. I do not believe that the jurors will find the state proven beyond a reasonable doubt, because I do not believe the state could prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. There's too much evidence out there that gives her leeway to her belief on that day. Okay? That fear didn't just start when Romika pulled up. The fear was already there. Hence why she went and got a no contact order in the first place. Okay? Now, I'm not here to be like, some people want to say, oh, it wasn't active. It wasn't this. It wasn't that. Listen, say whatever you want to say. The contact order will be in the play. They're not just going to, because you got to understand this. You have to understand this. If they don't, if Holly does not get off on self-defense, can you imagine how many people that do have contact orders out there approaching their victim, kicking their ass, or whatever the case may be, or those that may have dodging a contact order, the final order doesn't give you a right to continue to stalk, doesn't give you a right to attack the person that has a stalking order against you. It doesn't give you the right. It does not give you the right. And that's what it seems like is being screamed. Oh, she could have attacked her. She could have been there. She could have continued to stalk her because she dodged the final order. She didn't have the final order. She didn't come to court for the final hearing. That doesn't give you leeway. It does not. It does not. So in the court of law, this order was very much active. It was very much active, and it's going to hold weight. It may not have hold weight in the detention, because the judge in the detention is not trying to decide guilt or innocence. They're just trying to decide whether or not you are a threat to the community. And just because the judge sided with the state does not mean Holly is a threat. Holly was out for 87 days after the shooting with no incidents, none. So that does not mean that she is a threat. But a detention judge do weigh on the caution of safety, okay? And I understand that. Even though it sucks, I understand that they have to weigh on the caution of safety. How many times have they let someone out that was charged with first degree and they went and did more crimes or whatever? Not saying that they don't let nobody out that was charged with first degree. It's just that this judge sided with the state. There are other judges that say, no, I don't think that she's that much of a risk without, restraining order, GPS monitoring, confinement to the house. And that is why it went up to the appellate. Now, the appellate court may come back and say, no, y'all need to redo this, because I do believe with restrictions, she would be okay. Right? However, we don't know what the judge is going to say, or the appellate courts is going to say. We don't know that. However, the appellate courts has turned over detention hearings or detention results plenty of times. Matter of fact, in the motion, the defense attorney, Ari, actually put 2 cases in there, I think 2 or 3, where the appellate court overturned the verdict of whether or not, well, not the verdict, I don't know what you call it, but overturned the decision. Okay, the decision. Overturned the decision. And they allowed release of that person. So it may take the appellate court. It may, but we don't know. Okay? But let me see what else I want. She says, Miss A, could you do call-ins? Hold on. Oh, she said, Miss A, you could do calls and sell dirty draws. You go, girl. I guess you're trying to say that I guess this is a compliment. I'm going to take this as a compliment. You're saying that I'm convincing. Is that what you're saying? But listen, I'm not even, listen, and I'm going to say this. I'm not even really trying to convince or change nobody's mind. I'm literally speaking from a more intellectual standpoint and a more legal standpoint, and trying to take all these feelings out of it, because a lot of people, their energy is full of feelings, and I get it, right? I get it to a certain extent, right? I get it to a certain extent. But when it comes down to logic, right? Everybody don't think logical. Everybody's not applying law. Everybody is not looking at evidence. They're not looking at the bigger picture. They're just hearing what someone else saying, and they taking it and they running with it. They ain't even looking at it and saying, wait a minute, hold on. You said this, but the photos say this. You said this, but the autopsy report said this. You say this, but her pants say this, right? A lot of people are not lining everything up and then breaking down the witness statement and saying, well, wait a minute. She said this, but then she also said this. Because as y'all also heard in the witness statement, right? In the witness statement, the witness actually said that when she first saw them, that Carlos was banging the door into Ramika's back, and that Holly was standing off to the side, not doing anything. She later changed in the same statement that she gave. She later changed and said, when she first saw them, that Carlos and Ramika was speaking peacefully, okay? Peacefully with each other. And Holly just popped up out of nowhere. And Holly escalated it because she popped up out of nowhere. So now you first start saying that Carlos was basically beating Ramika's ass, and then you changed it and said, no, he wasn't beating her ass. They was actually speaking peacefully. And then all of a sudden, Holly is the one that aggravated it and started all the bullshit. She literally changed it. She literally changed it. So all of that is going to come into play. All of that is going to come into play. But what I will say is her statement does not match the crime scene. Her statement does not match the evidence. It does not match the autopsy report. It does not match physical evidence. It doesn't match. Now, she's the only one of everybody that's so-called supposed to have been out there. She's the only one that's seen a fist bump, right? But yet the judge says, yeah, I'm not buying the fist bump thing. The judge threw that shit out already. Now, let me take that back. Let me take that back. I'm not going to say the judge threw it out. He just threw it out for detention purposes. So let me take that back before people go running with their panties in a knot. The fist bump is not thrown out. It was just not considered for detention, okay? So it's not thrown out. Again, it's just not considered for detention. Just like Carlos being a witness is not thrown out. His statement was just not considered for detention release, okay? But the state has not eliminated him as witness number one thus far. The state says they have 5 witnesses, even though I know for a fact one of them already recanted their statement, but because, well, let me just say it like this, the state haven't removed them yet. I'm just going to say that. Witness number 4 recanted his statement, but the state attorney has not eliminated witness number 4, which, to be honest with you, the statement wasn't a good or bad thing. It wasn't going to save Holly or go against Holly. I don't even know why they even have him as a statement, because he actually says he didn't see anything. I don't even know why they have him as a witness. I don't even know why witness number 4 was even there, because you know what I'm saying? He said he didn't see shit. He said he didn't even know that she was the shooter. The only way he knew she was the shooter is because she said, I have a CCL. And he said because of that, he knew she was the shooter. Okay? So anyway, but he like, I don't want to be involved in this shit. Take me off. But the state has not removed him thus far. Okay? Let me see. Do I have anything else? We talked about the lesser homicide, but they're not, let's just say, like I said, first-degree murder. I do not believe they're going to be able to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Most first-degree murders, unless it was just a very deliberate intent where they have multiple witnesses or videos that says the exact same thing, and multiple witnesses that's independent of each other, or videos that actually say the same thing, it is hard to prove first degree. It just is. It absolutely is hard to prove first degree. Even if it was first degree, it's hard to prove first degree. So I absolutely believe that it was a overcharge. However, you know, and then people was like, oh, the state must have something. The state must have something. Well, okay. What they don't have is the videotape showing anything that the witness say. She advanced forward. He banged on the car. Come out, bitch. Fight me, and all of that stuff. Yeah, well, the evidence doesn't scream that. The evidence says Ramika approached Holly. That's what the evidence says. The evidence says that that they approached Holly. All right. All right. But I'm going to drop the link. If anybody want to come up and add their 5 cents, 2 cents, or 3 cents to the conversation, feel free to do so. Okay. Feel free to do so. All right. You can come up, add your, but there's something else I wanted to, you guys can come up. I just dropped the link, but I wanted to add something else. Well, I'm going to say that for another day. And that is going into the details of some of the things that's going to be used to elevate the fear for Holly. Okay. Because there's other videos and things that have not been shown that will be used. But I'll save that. I'll save it until it actually comes out. She said, Amora, wouldn't the camera thing that started after the gunshots caught the fist bump if it was true? Yes, that is true. That's absolutely true. There was no fist bump. The camera did not catch a fist bump. Hey, David, how are you? She said, it's a scare tactic. The more people you think witnessed the incident, the more likely a defendant would think the deck is stacked against them. Oh, well, yeah, okay. Well, I don't think that's going to work, but hey, again, this is the only case where they believe the state has evidence when we know the state is biased. I mean, the state's trying to win a case, right? The state job, to be honest with you, is to prove that, she intended to do this, and the state's going to rely on their witness or whatever because they want to secure a conviction, right? But I do believe the state is looking at the evidence and looking at the witness statement and saying, this is going to be a hard one. Okay. This is absolutely going to be a hard one. So I don't think the state think they have it in the bag at all. She said, not when Ramika said, I got y'all asses. But see, that came from witness number 1. And they're saying that witness number 1 statement is biased, not saying that they're not going to use it, but they're saying it's biased. Okay. But I don't think from my knowledge, I don't think that there's 2 witnesses that's saying the same thing. I think that they're independent of each other and they're saying that they see something different. Now, I did hear someone says that witness number 3 and witness number 5 statement is similar, but I beg to differ. I'm just going to say that I beg to differ. She said, Amora, is the defense now use self-defense against Carlos and Ramika? No, that is not true. Please don't believe that. Okay. The defense is not against Carlos. Okay. Do not believe none of that bullshit. Okay. I'm gonna tell you the truth over here. I'm not just gonna snatch shit out my ass and throw it against the wall. The Ari is not coming after Carlos. Carlos did not do anything wrong on September the 8th. Not one thing wrong. Okay. So don't believe that bullshit. Please don't. Please don't. Okay. If y'all want to ask questions, y'all can. I'll answer a few questions down below since no one wants to come up. And then we're going to end this live. We've already been in almost 2.5 hours. Again, I really just want to stick to the case because anything else is just useless when when my title says we're going to be speaking about the case. I don't even want to do that to y'all. She says, I never heard what witness number 5 said. You ain't the only one. I find it hard that anyone else's statement aligns with witness number 3. It don't 100%. It says something, but it's yeah. I don't want to speak on witness number 5's statement until it comes out, and then we'll break that down and speak on that. Okay. She said that woman needs to apologize for keeping Holly away from her child over BS lies. Oh, you mean witness number 3? Well, I'm not going to say witness number 3's statement is the only thing that's keeping Holly away. And the reason why I say that is because the judge actually did add other things like time of day, nearer school, disregard of kids being around and things of that nature. So it wasn't just what the witness said, but the state did paint Holly as the aggressor. The state did paint Holly as the aggressor. Okay. The state did paint Holly as the aggressor. So that is why the judge went with the state claim argument, because of not just one thing, several things. Okay. So you can't blame it all on witness number 3, but witness number 3 told the state that Holly was the aggressor, and the state bought it, and the state sold it to the judge. What's the school right across the street? The school was, when you say across the street, the school was, let me see, I think I got a picture of it. Hold on, let me show you. But the school was nearby. The school was nearby, but it was not the school. Holly and Carlos did not go up to the school. Holly and Carlos went to the parking lot in which Holly was parked by Carlos' residence, okay? Close to Carlos' residence, all right? So they were not at the school. They wasn't in no line, none of that. They came out on the news. That was actually false. So they were not at the school, okay? Hey, David, what's up? David, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on?
It's an echo in your background.
Oh, is it?
It stopped.
Okay.
Yeah, they definitely painted her as the aggressor because in I believe in the state's opening, in their summation, you could say, they said that the proffer. They said that Romika was standing there with her arms folded and Holly was raging at her. It was the other way around. They switched the two. So it was Holly standing there with her arms folded and Romika was raging towards her.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well.
That was the crazy. Just that, hearing that part, that was like the crazy part to me. Like how y'all switched the two actions of the two females up.
Right. And Vera said, does witness number 5 statement change your opinion in any way? No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Witness number 5 statement is, honestly.
Yeah. And no matter what they say, it wouldn't change my opinion, because I believe what's out here so far that Holly was definitely defending herself and her baby.
You know,
and that's go ahead.
No, I was saying, they said witness number 5 doesn't necessarily have to be somebody that was a witness on the scene. It could be a character witness or something like that.
Yeah, but I thought they said in court that that the attorney said that witness number 5 aligned with witness number 3.
I don't know. I know Iris said she didn't see anything on a 5th witness in court, but they were saying that, well, it's in the paperwork. Iris said she didn't see nothing about a witness number 5 in the paperwork. It's like they sprung that on her at the last second.
Right. She said, mixed people put a petition in. I would like to send it to you. It was a whole lot said, and it was all lies. Yeah, you don't have to send it to me. Thank you, baby. You don't have to send it to me. Matter of fact, I don't really care what they say or do. They could do and say whatever they want. It don't hold no weight. Trust me when I tell you, none of these petitions hold weight. I seen a petition with over 50,000 signatures, and it didn't do shit. It didn't do a damn thing. Okay. So, but yeah, I understand, but none of that matters. It's just a waste of time, to be honest with you. All of that is a waste of time. Petitions help people like governors and Secretary of State, not Secretary of State, but governors and senators get their attention and shit like that. But petitions don't hold no weight when it comes to this type of stuff. They already know people gonna be emotionally charged and send in all type of emails and claims of this and that. None of that shit hold no weight. Trust me, it holds no weight. It ain't even being looked at. at all. So you don't have to send it to me though, because I don't really care what they say or what they doing. I'm not even listening to it. They can say whatever they want to say. She said, Ramika isn't even the type that would sit with her arms folded and she been waiting to fight Holly. Absolutely. And that's why I said the other evidence gonna come in, because it got to show behavior. It got to show patterns. So other videos will be presented to show patterns and behaviors of a person, okay? There's going to be multiple videos, multiple text messages, multiple voice notes and things of that nature shown to show patterns of a person. That would be a part of the evidence package. I think the judge saying something about Holly defending herself by gun time a day is bullshit, as she had control over when she was being attacked like she's supposed to. Ramika come back at 9 p.m. Yeah, but that's just for detention. That would not be an effect for the trial.
So, hey, more.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes down to discovery and evidence, so Ari is gonna have to hand over all of the evidence that she has over to the state, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So how do you think the state's gonna view it once they see all of the evidence?
To be honest, I think they're still going to try it. I think they're still going to take it to trial, because you got to think by the time the evidence is due by January of next year, right? 2027. I don't think they're going to wait all the way to January 2027 and be like, oh, wait a minute, goddamn, you're going to beat me, and then drop things, right? Because I think the ball's going to be rolling at that point. I think that they're going to still try the case regardless.
Right. They want the case to be underway by 2027, like the trial to be underway by 2027.
Well, what they said was all discovery evidence is due by January 2027. And they wanted all the case done, wrapped up and everything by 2028. So even if they don't start the case until June 2027 or September 2027, they just want it to be over by 2028, a certain date in 2028.
So if a person has their right to a speedy trial, and that's a law, what is the time frame for them to start the trial when you're requesting a speedy trial?
Now, I would have to look more into that. You know what I'm saying? I actually thought that was something that was going to be filed, but I don't see that it has been filed. And so I don't think that might be the approach for right now. So I can't really say too much about that, only because I have not really did research on that, but I will. But as far as a speedy trial, I know that that's something that Ari has pushed for in the past with cases that she's done. But also, I would have to look and see what the speedy trial dates are for the state of Illinois, all that stuff or whatever. So, but as of right now, I can't tell you too much about that. And from as of today, she has not filed that, because I looked at what she's filed and that's nowhere in there.
Okay.
I think David dropped. I think he did it on accident, but he'll come back up. Let me drop the link again. She said, what about the 911 call? What do you mean about the 911 call? Tell me what you mean. What are you referring to when you say, what about it? The caller stated that, okay. The caller stated that 2 women were fighting, but the one that didn't have the weapon wasn't the aggressor. That's not what I heard, Kissy. And that's not what the judge heard either. The judge said, because the call cut off or something like that. And the judge actually said that the caller, that you could not understand who the aggressor was. Because at first she said that the girl in the red hair was the aggressor. And then she turned around and said the one in the green tracksuit was the aggressor. So the judge actually said himself, like, they didn't say that person was the aggressor. Right, David?
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't clear Who was the aggressor from that 911 call? Supposed to be 90 days, but most states are not able to meet and is normally excused for not being able to. Yeah, I would have to dig more into that before I really speak to that, because I want to be a little bit more sure as to what it is I'm talking about. Sometimes a speedy trial is not good. If the trial is pushed off, witnesses sometimes fall off and not want involvement no more. My ex beat his case like that because his trial was continued so many times. Oh, good for your ex, baby. Good for your ex. Good for your ex. Yeah, I will have to dig a little bit more into that before I can definitively give an answer when it comes to that one. Loretta asked, was the school right across the street? From my knowledge, is across the medium and on the other side and to the right, right?
If you're facing west, it would be across the median to the left.
Mm.
But
If you're facing what?
If you're facing east, it would be to the right.
Let's look it up right quick. I'm just going to show you what my knowledge of it is. Hold on. Oh, shoot. What was the name of the street? I did put my last one. Oh, no matter. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, here you go. Let's look it up right quick. Okay. Let's go down by the crime scene. All right, so let's put this up right quick. All right. So, oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. All right, let's go back over here. So the school, let me orientate myself. The school is right here, right? I know I should be on the other side of the road, but so this is the school over here, right?
Yeah, that's the school.
Okay, so this is
right behind those trees.
Right over here. This is the school, right? Hold on, let's see. Let's go down a little bit further. Okay, so this is the school, Natural Teachers Academy. The crime scene is down here. Hold on. Follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me. The crime scene is right here. Over here. Let me put something there. I don't know why it's not letting me tilt it a little bit. Okay, the crime scene. So this is the school down here. And the crime scene is right here. So that's why I say across the street. The crime scene is this, like this, the car, it was third, they say the third car up. So 1, 2, 3, right behind this little pole right here is the crime scene. So the crime scene is right here. You might as well say like this car right here. Right? That's the crime scene. And again, the school, it's over here. Down here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. boom, 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 boom. That's the school. Now they say that she busted a Yui. So let's see what she came out at. Did she come out up here, David, or did she come out down when she dropped Lil Los off?
Right there. Right there. That's where she dropped him off. Backwards, backwards, backwards. Right there where that sign is. There's an opening right there in the gate. That's the gate
Okay,
she
so
went
she
through.
dropped them off right here.
Well, now she ain't drop him off there. She walked him all the way down that path to the school.
Okay, so she walked him inside from right here. She walked him in. But where was she parked? Because she couldn't have walked. Where's
She
she
parked, yeah.
parked at?
She was parked right there.
Oh, you just parked right out here?
Yeah.
So, okay, you park on the side of the road and then you go inside these gates right here. Hold on. So you go inside these gates, you go all the way up to the school, you come back, and then you come out. And then let me see something. So let me just see something before we go back down there. So for right here, if she dropped the baby off right here, hold on. If she dropped the baby off right here, where is Carlos' place in adjacent to here? Can you see it from here?
No, it's all the way down there by like where the crime scene
The
is
Sharks.
around the
The
corner.
Sharks. Yeah, okay. So then she dropped them off and then she got in her car and she went this way.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
And her normal routine was not to make a U-turn and go back towards the expressway. Her normal routine was to drop him off right there, hop in her car, and make a right at the light and
Right
go
here.
down. Yeah, and then go down to 35th.
Now, how do you know that?
That was her normal routine. That's
How do you know that?
low southern. That her normal routine was to make a right there because her job was on 34th in Indiana. So you would go down that street right there up to 35th, and then you make a left on 35th Street, and Indiana is like a couple blocks going left.
Okay.
She wouldn't go back. She wouldn't go back to the expressway just to have to get off the expressway and drive back up 35th when you could just make the right there at that light and drive down to 35th Street and then make the left and go to Indiana.
But she got all the way in this left lane right
All
here.
the way in that left lane right there.
And
did a
she busted
U-turn.
Yui. She busted Yui. And then she pulled up right here. So
Exactly.
she saw them. She saw them. So she saw them. She busted Yui. And then she pulls up right over here. Trying to get across the street now. Okay, so then she busted Yui. Oops. So she busted Yui and then she see them right here. So she pulls up. So how many lanes is this? For some reason I told somebody it was 3, but it's really, okay, 1, 2, 3. But this is a turning lane. And then so over here, is it 3 lanes over here or just 2? It's 2 lanes.
It's just 2 lanes over there.
Okay, so it's 2 lanes. So she parked over here, got out, and that's where that's where they communicated at, right here. And then the smoothie shop is back here where majority of the people saw whatever they saw from. Now, somebody did a comment in my thing and said, Amora, I'm a Holly supporter, but the smoothie shop and the crime scene is pretty close. So you could have seen what was going on from here to here.
Yeah, if she was at the corner of the smoothie shop, but she was at the back of the smoothie shop in the alley.
But the shark video that put her there is 35 minutes off. So even if she was back there, we don't know at what point yet, because you remember, Ari has to redo the time thing to match up to the CTA bus because they were 35 minutes off or 30-something minutes off. So right now, even though we thought that it was solid because the timestamp's off, and here's Sharks right here. So Sharks video, which Sharks is right. Let's find Sharks. Hold on, let me just get it right here. So this is Sharks. So Sharks video camera that's in the back. Like they got a camera right there. You see that? That's
Yeah, the
one
one
camera.
right there on the front. Yeah.
And apparently they have one in the back. But
Yeah.
who has a 35-minute anyway? That's not for me to figure out. That's for the defense to figure out. So obviously they got a camera in the back that show her in the back, but they said 35 minutes off. So when they say 35 minutes off, I don't know if they mean 35 minutes in advance or 35 minutes behind. I don't know what they meant when they said that. So Ari gonna have to figure that one out and come back out and get it lined up correctly. But so Ramika, so Ramika could have turned down this lane. She could have turned down this lane, but she turned and pulled all the way over here and communicated with her baby daddy that was there with his girlfriend. So yeah, okay. She said, but they say Holly was sitting there since 8:45. Why? Who is they? Who said Holly was sitting there since 8:45? I don't know what that means because there's footage to show Holly and Carlos coming out the house, out of his apartment, right before they got into the car and drove to that area. Oh, she said, Amore, it's not the Sharks video that shows her. Oh, well, who video was it? Because I thought Sharks was the one that was 35.
Yeah, it was Sharks. It was Sharks camera. Sharks camera that showed the U-turn, the one that's at the front of the building.
No, but who showed her standing behind the building, ducking?
Oh, the witness number 3.
Yeah.
The pods apparently, because the camera was facing that way. Remember, once the shots went off, then the camera turned around to where the shots was coming from, but the pod camera was facing that way towards the green line.
But then okay, so which video in question that was 35 minutes off?
The Sharks camera, the Sharks video from the front.
But and so when the judge said your timestamps is off, what was he referring to?
He was referring to the timestamps on the Sharks video.
Okay, all right, I'll talk to you about that because I'm trying to figure out. They're saying that we'll talk about that because I want to just be clear. At what point are they saying that the witness? She said Sharks shows Holly and Los leaving out.
Yeah, Lo said the baby in the car seat, and Holly was carrying some shopping bags, clothes bags, shopping shit.
LaTanya Bailey said Chicago News. Well, we already know Chicago News is off, baby, because they also said that she was in a headlock. He had her in a headlock and was shot execution style too. So we already know that shit ain't true. They also said that she fell into traffic, and we already know that's not true. So, but the news got it wrong based on the information that was put out. So I can't even really blame the news. It was a hot story. They was trying to push information out, and they got it wrong. So yeah, we can't depend on what they said. But they are on camera coming out of their apartment and getting into their vehicle. So she wasn't sitting there waiting on him. I heard somebody say, oh, he was out all night and she was just waiting on him and all this stuff or whatever. Well, they left out the house together. Okay.
Right. I mean, you ain't allowed to go out the night before, go to the club or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know. But I know that they left out the house together because they were trying to make it seem like Holly was stalking him. You know. The news has been wrong as fuck. Yeah, the news is definitely wrong. But I don't even really blame it on the news. I blame it on the information that was given to the news. That's the information that they carried. Even if Holly and Los left at 8:45 and Ramika is seen at 8:51 making a U-turn. I need to see those times again because the fact that the judge pointed out that her timestamps was thrown off, in order for me to really like even speak on that. I need to know what's the real times, because I actually thought we had the witness number 3. Like, oh, we got her because with all the it lined up. Now it ain't lining up. So I need to find out what the times was, and I'm pretty sure that they'll bring them out, but it may be a while. So who knows? She said, but how was Carlos slamming the door on Ramika when he was in the door with Ramika allegedly? That's the thing. She got it wrong, Kissy. She got it wrong. He wasn't slamming the door on Ramika. He was in the door with Ramika. So she got that wrong, the slamming of the door. I'm not sure where she got that shit from, to be honest with you.
As Big Keys would say, she added a little extra sauce on those ribs.
Oh, she added extra sauce. Spicy sauce or sweet sauce?
Spicy.
She said, Amor, you are great at what you do. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Talkative Crime Diva. Appreciate you, baby. Appreciate you. She said, Ari said Ramika was in the headlock in the transcript. Who said Ari said Ramika was in the headlock? I doubt it, because Carlos has denied putting her in the headlock. So I doubt if Ari actually said that she was in the headlock.
I never heard Ari say that.
Maybe the person that read the transcript to you said that. Maybe the person that read the transcript to you said that, but I doubt if Ari says that, because Ari is not because Carlos is denying it. So why will Ari admit that if Carlos is denying it? And Ari does not hate Carlos. So please stop with that one, please, y'all. It's just some people are going to tell a little fluff to get you excited. All right. She said, it's a shame that Holly was forced into confrontation and have to be away from her child. This could be any of us. That's true. You're absolutely correct. She was forced into the situation, and I'm going to continue to say that. She didn't ask for this. It was also confirmed that her thyroid was swollen up, which would be due to the big bear hug. Now, they can't confirm that her thyroid came from anything that happened that day. Her thyroid could have been swelled up from weeks or months before. That has not been proven, confirmed or proven, that it came from anything dealing with a physical confrontation.
My thyroid is swollen right now.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that doesn't prove that, sweetheart. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. So the first phone call to the police said Carlos was abusing her. That's wrong as well. We don't know if that's the first phone call, because two people two people claim that they made the first phone call. I don't think that they would even know if they were the first phone call or not. The only people that would know that is 911. But the witness said that she was the first phone call, but there's another witness that said that she was the first phone call. I don't think that anybody know if they were the first phone call. So what are you thinking about the next court date? I think it's just going to be a 5 or 10 minute that they're going to continue the case, and that's it. I don't think it's going to be nothing.
Yeah, it's a status hearing.
It's just a status hearing, which means that nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to change. It's just a status hearing. Can someone drop my email? Yeah, one of the moderators, can you guys please drop my email? She said, my thyroid has been swollen for 20 years. It's called a gator. A gator, a garter. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Thyroid is being swollen doesn't mean that it had anything to do with that night. Like nothing. It does not mean that. It could be from anything. She says, I can't believe. She said, Lord, these people say anything. I can't believe the things they allow themselves to believe is crazy. Thank you, Cutesy. That's my email right there.
You have some people that are just, you have a large percentage of people that only have half of a GED. So, it's life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's different interpretations. People interpret things much differently, you know. She said, we
A
listened
lot
to
of
the 911 calls. It was so many, and everyone said different things. She had on different outfits. Each caller, Ray, said it as a car accident. Oh, she said, yeah, they also said on the 911 call that it was road rage. Yeah. So, you know, it's kind of hard to tell who was the first 911 caller because it was so many. So is the pod camera 35 minutes off? No, they said the short camera was 35 minutes off, right?
right. The shark scammer is 35 minutes off.
Okay.
And that could just be because the owner of Sharks didn't set the time. He just, got surveillance up.
Why
You know,
be in the
everything,
far left lane to make that U-turn opposed to the far right lane to turn at the light? In my opinion, are you asking me? Because my opinion is she did this turn. She turned, she did the U-turn and turned all the way because her intentions was she saw Carlos now. You know, I can't prove that, but hell, she stopped. So she had to see him. I believe, this is just my belief, that as she was driving, she probably was over here and she probably said, damn, my damn baby daddy, what the fuck? Oh, he went hot. Oh, okay. And she bust that U-turn, boom, 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 and brought her butt right on over here. And did and said whatever she did and said, you know? I believe that she saw her baby daddy and she said, you know, whatever she said. But yeah, no, I believe that she saw her baby daddy. And that's why she look, I'm all into school now. Huh? I done made my way into the damn school. How do I get in the damn school? Let me walk back out here, Lord Jesus.
You don't have a weapon on you, do you?
All right, look, let me get out before I get federal charges. Child, you know they try to take me to prison. Let me get up out of here. Shoot, child. They might have a petition for me next, child. They better make sure I'm smiling on the photo though. Don't put me out there if I ain't smiling now. I got to be smiling, baby. She said her autopsy would have specified trauma to the thyroid. And it did not. It was no trauma to no damn thyroid. Amora, when she was shot in the cheek, it traveled to her neck, which would make her thyroid swollen. Isn't important for people to know that. Well, that's not what the autopsy says. The autopsy does say that that the bullet did travel to her esophagus. It does say that, but I don't know. I don't want to even really speak on the thyroid swollen because I actually don't think that they have anything to do with Holly. And Holly is the one on trial. And I think that's what we're missing. Holly is the one on trial. Carlos is not on trial. Carlos has not been charged with anything. And Carlos charges that was from the day they got into it in front of the courtroom, it has been dropped. I don't know if y'all know that. But those charges have been dropped. So Carlos is not under any charges. Carlos is not under any charges. Carlos has not been charged with anything. She said, "Amor, the police doesn't even trust the eyewitness." Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know. Romika was definitely on demon time. She should have went on about her business to begin with. I agree. I 100% agree. And let me just say this over here. I can only speak for this channel. You guys are free to voice your opinion over here without being called hateful and evil and things of that nature. Okay. And I agree with you. I do believe Holly is on demon time. I do not believe that is disrespecting the dead or disrespecting Romika, because I mean, if we can speak on Holly, we could definitely speak on Romika. So you guys can definitely speak over here freely. I just say don't get downright nasty, of course. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that you guys won't. But you are free to speak your mind. And if you want to say that she was on demon time, she was on demon time. And I agree. Don't let another blogger from another channel dictate how you feel or your opinion about what has went on when it comes to my channel. Okay, they can say whatever the hell they want to say over there, but over here, if you feel that she was on demon time, you can absolutely say that, and you're not going to be deemed to be disrespectful toward the dead. Okay, ain't nobody being disrespectful toward the dead just because they're calling out what is what. And yes, I agree with you. She was on demon time. She should have kept going, and none of this would be in play. Okay. I mean, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Not Ramika was on demon time. I mean, not Holly was on demon time, but Ramika was on demon time. I'm sorry. I said it wrong. I do mix it up sometimes. That's why I call Carlos David Carlos. Yeah, but no, Ramika was on demon time, not Holly. Ramika was on demon time. Okay. She says, so, since you are so invested, are you going to be at Holly's court date? If you buy me a ticket and get me a hotel room, actually, I don't want a hotel. I want an Airbnb, a 2-story Airbnb with 4 bedrooms. Okay, so if you can get me a first class round trip flight with Airbnb 4 bedrooms, then yes, I would be there.
And guess what? Amora, you're in luck because we do have an Airbnb with 4 bedrooms and it's 3 levels.
Okay, well then, as long as Oreo buy me a first class round trip flight, I'll be there. And if you want to say I'm invested because I'm blogging on it, then that means I'm invested in every case that I do, sweetheart. Every case. All right. So she said, Sassy, they sure do. Somebody sent a message to a Ramika supporter saying I was behind the page, and they took and ran with it with no proof. Oh, yeah. They may do that, Shayski. They may accuse you of things that you didn't do. But I just say find it to be like they think you are special. That's why they scream your name. That's what they do. They just want their name screamed, but I won't give them the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, that's what I take it as these days. Like everybody's
Mhm.
so infatuated with me and my looks and what I do and shit. How I live, shit. I just, I call it for what it is. Just jealousy. Shit.
It is.
Just
Shakespeare
straight up
said they
jealousy.
reported me to the state attorney office. Listen, anybody that don't agree with Ramika, they're gonna get reported to the state attorney's office. Okay.
Oh,
Anybody that thinks
oh,
that
what?
Holly had a right to defend herself is going to be reported to the state attorney's office. So don't be afraid. You might be reported to the state attorney's office too if you also believe in self-defense or think that Holly defended herself. This is America, okay? We have a right to our opinion. And if they don't like our opinion, then they don't have to like it. But baby, this is content. Some bloggers just need some content, baby. They need to amuse their audience, honey.
Yeah, that's all it is.
That's all it
I
is.
ain't,
They ain't got
I
nothing else for them.
ain't,
They can never come on here and do what I just did. Never.
yeah, they really can't.
Without
Obviously, they
mentioning
can't.
not one blogger name. Hell, I ain't got to do that and won't do it. I know how to really blog. Hey, Real T. Now I'm mentioning your name now, Real T, but you wasn't in here earlier, girl. But what's going on, baby? What's going on, baby? Moreover, what about the other invested YouTubers? Oh, girl, they don't care nothing about, they only care about, and let me tell you why they say I'm invested. They really don't want nobody to speak up for Holly. They want Holly to just be doomed, and they want everybody to be justice for Ramika. And that's just not even natural. And they think that the people that is justice for Holly, or standing for self-defense or a fair trial for Holly, they think that we're disgusting, we're evil, we're spiteful, we're liars. I mean, you name it. I'm sure they have said some of everything, right? But I want y'all to understand that don't believe those people. Don't look at those people. Everybody don't think alike. Everybody don't interpret things the same. Okay. And don't ever allow somebody else to tell you who you are. Okay. She said, I just feel like Holly made it a little too easy for Ramika to see her, and she's supposed to be in fear for her life. Well, I actually think your statement is pretty weird, to be honest with you. So I don't think anybody should make it hard for someone to see them. So I don't know how to take that. To be honest, I'm not even trying to be funny, but your statement is laughable. Oreo, shut the F up. You also worried about her money. Damn, let Amora get her damn bag. Oh, Oreo worried about my money? What Oreo say about my money? Oreo, we ain't worried about money. They worry about it all across the street, girl. You in the wrong chat, girl. Look. They worry about money across the street. We don't worry about money over here. We make money. We don't talk about other people's money over here. You in the wrong chat, girl. Go over there where they sweat people's coins. We don't sweat no coins over here, baby. We make money. We don't talk about who making money and who not. Girl, we don't do that over here. We make our money and keep it moving. We damn sure ain't sweating nobody coins, honey. Ever. She said, the more people crazy, just because you support Holly don't mean that you have to go to court. You're covering from your home, which is awesome. Yes, and I'm going to continue to cover. I'm going to continue to cover this story. I just have the skills to be able to cover more stories than one at a time. Some people don't. She said, well, I can honestly say no one has disrespected me tonight, and thank you all for that. I would never disrespect you, LaTanya, because you don't disrespect us. So only if you disrespect us. And I know that's not even you. You don't do that. So you're welcome to comment. But you know I'm going to tell you the truth. You know? She said, you in the wrong live. Yeah, you are in the wrong live if you're talking about my coins, honey. Go do that with the other people.
I went to the casino yesterday and won $3K off $100.
Oh, Lord, they're going to be like, hey, listen, now they're going to call you a gambler, baby. You're going to be a gambler for the next 10 years. If you go to the casino, if you would have said, damn, I lost 3,000 at the casino, they would call you a gambler for the rest of their life, baby.
Hell nah. I won $3K off $100. Yeah. If you want the soft shit, come to the casino with me. I'll teach you how to play roulette like a champ.
They ain't even got no casinos here in Texas, and I've been here for almost 2 years, and they be like, oh, she's a gambler. She takes all her money and go gambling. They ain't even got a goddamn casino here.
I know, it's crazy. I had to go all the way up to Oklahoma to go to a casino when I was out in the oil field.
Which is almost 4 hours for me.
Yep. So think about me driving an 18-wheeler all the way up to Oklahoma.
Yeah, some people just say anything. You got a feedback in your phone.
I do. Yeah, I'll mute it.
Yeah, but I'm really looking forward to the trial. I think that we're gonna learn a whole lot more than what we know. And I actually think, let me ask you something, David. What do you think? Like, what do you think the outcome's going to be? And I know this is just your opinion, but what do you think the outcome's going to be?
I think she's going to be acquitted because it's so much reasonable doubt out here that a jury of 12 will have to be blind not to see it. And then you got to think about it too. The jury that is potentially going to be pulled. Now, it's not going to be an all-black jury. You can get that out your head right now. It's not going to be an all-black jury. So where they think that, oh, everybody in Chicago knows about this, it's traveled all around. These white people ain't paying attention to this shit.
Yeah.
So you get a white jury with like 5 or 6 white jurors in it, and maybe 3 out of the 5 are pro self-defense. What you gonna say now?
To be honest, I think once the instructions are given, right, to the jury, and then the evidence that they're going to have with them, that they're going to be able to take back with them, and they're going to lay all of it out, right? I think that once they get to talking, literally talking it out, like put the blinders on to who is who, and they literally get to talking it out. I just don't see how 12 people can come and say that Holly intended to unalive Romika, and that her state of mind at the time was not because she was in fear of her safety or her child's safety, but it was just because she just intended to unalive her. I do not believe that that is going to be the case. I do not believe that they're going to say the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. I just do not. So I honestly believe that because of the first degree charge, it's going to be a steep hill to climb. Steep hill for the state.
She's not
So
an MW, Melly. She did not have murder on her mind.
yeah, she was just going to her car, you know? And I also think the other videos that's going to come out showing her aggression and stuff, and some of those text messages that haven't
That's
came
gonna,
in.
yeah, that's gonna play
Mhm.
a big part when it come down to deliberation.
Yeah. They're going to see her behavior. They're going to look at it and be like, oh, well, damn. So it's a lot that's going to play in this that has not even, that didn't come out during the detention,
That's
you
why
know?
I heard somebody say that, like, the stuff that you're seeing out here right now that's floating around on the internet is gonna be completely different once the trial comes up.
Susie said, I don't think it'll even get that far, honestly. For some reason, I actually do think it's going to go to trial, though, Susie. I know you said you don't, but I actually think it's going to go to trial. I think it will. I could be wrong, but I think it's going to go to trial.
If it doesn't go to trial, they gonna pull it. They gonna pull the case at the very last minute before the jury is selected.
Oh, I actually think the state is going to try the case, but I guess we'll just have to see. But I think they're going to try it. She said, I don't see anything wrong with people having a difference of opinion just to just be respectful. Exactly. I don't see anything wrong with people having a difference of opinion either. I just think that some of the bloggers that are saying things like Holly supporters are disgusting and all these nasty names or whatever, that's emotionally charged, and that's to keep an audience because they know if they don't do those type of things, 380 people won't stay in their chat. I haven't called no one disgusting. I have not called anybody a name. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. She said, you may have seen it before. You may have seen it before. I don't think you're talking to me, right, Tammy? You might be talking to somebody else. I think they are going to offer a plea, and Holly will not take and force them to go through with the trial. Now, that might be the case. I think that they may offer a plea, and if she doesn't take it, then they're going to be forced to try to prove first degree. And I honestly believe that she said, look at my previous comment. Oh, okay, let me look at your previous comment. If they offer a plea, I think, if anything, the non-self-defense supporters in this case will probably go berserk. What do you mean? It ain't first degree. Well, because we've been trying to tell you. Hold on. I'm looking for your comment and I don't see it, Tamika. It must be all the way up there because I don't see it. I don't see it, Tamika. The state is going to try it because of the people that is calling them, but I don't know about that M one because that is hard to prove and they know it. Oh, first degree? Yeah, first degree is very hard to prove. It is not no easy task. It's not. It's absolutely not. The state need to try it so when Holly beats, nobody can come back and say anything about her being a murderer when it will be ruled a justified homicide. Holly not taking a plea deal. I agree. I wouldn't plead either. Not in this type of case. I think it's going to go to trial and right at the end is going to be dismissed. Oh, you think that? I think it's going to go to trial and they're going to come back and she's going to be acquitted. That's what I think. I think that she's going to be found not guilty for first degree murder. I just think that at that time they need like a little, I didn't even know Dave. Oh, Dave, you still up here. I think they're gonna need a little a secret compartment door in the floor. And as soon as they say not guilty, they're gonna have to lower Holly down
They're gonna
in the
have to pull.
floor
They're gonna have to pull the trap door so she falls down into like a.
in a safety under the ground safety railroad type situation. I think they're gonna have to lower Holly down into the floor with the attorney and anybody there that's supporting her. I think they're gonna have to lower them down into the floor, take them under a tunnel, and take them out the back because
Gonna
baby,
gonna have
I
to do the
just
magic
think
magic hat trick.
yeah, I just think that they would not be able to do any sign of relief or anything like that in court. Cause baby, but I heard that if it gets too, overly whatever, that the judge said he wasn't gonna have that in his courtroom and that he wasn't gonna go get no bigger courtroom just to bring all those people in there. So I don't know. I don't even know how many people are gonna be in there. So
I mean, until trial, is really no point in anybody going because there's nothing that's about to go on but motions and continuances.
Yeah, I hear you. Kimberly, that answer is a negative. That is a negative. So if they try her for first degree and lose, can they still come back and charge her with something else? Absolutely no. The only way they can charge her with something else, it needs to be a whole separate crime. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, they may be able to turn around and charge her civilly and say, sue her for $5 million or some shit like that or whatever. But as far as charging her with the crime to this one, then no, they cannot do that. Just because they miss first degree, come back and say, okay, we want to do manslaughter. No. And
But
let me say this though, during the trial though, I do have to say this though, David, because this is true. During the trial, if the state starts to see that they don't have, grounds and that they are losing, what they can do is go back before the grand jury and get the only felonies go before the grand jury, but a manslaughter is a felony, right? Yeah, it's a felony. So they
yeah,
would have to
manslaughter
go
felony.
back. They would have to go back to the grand jury to get any other charge
But they
than first
wouldn't do
degree.
that.
That's
They
a
wouldn't do.
felony.
They wouldn't do that because okay, it would be a lesser charge. Now this lesser charge can come with bond stipulations. And okay, we got to throw you a bond now, electronic monitoring, whatever. We got to throw you a bond now. Oh, okay, since you're going to do that, we're going to push this trial out for the next 4 years.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, let's just say that they're in the middle of a trial. If they are in the middle of a trial, let's just say they, 2 weeks into a trial, and if they feel like they'd have low leverage, like, damn, this is not as easy as we thought or whatever, right? They can go back before the grand jury. Actually, no, they can't. They can't. Actually, what I'm saying is wrong. Actually, they have to, whatever charge that they're going to charge her with, it has to be before they pick jury selection. I found that out. That's so let me recorrect myself. Whatever they're going to charge her has to be charged before jury selection. Now, what I mean by that, could they throw in a second degree? No, they can't, but the defense can argue mitigation, right? Meaning that, okay, I'm convinced that you've proven your case that my client did do this, but she did it because of this. So Ari can argue mitigation, but if Ari doesn't argue mitigation, then they would have to they only have first degree to argue it. They can't go back in the jury room and say, all right, we don't think that she's guilty of first degree, but we think she's guilty of second degree. Only way they'll do that if Ari argues mitigation. Okay, she did it, but this is why she did it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Dave? Not this is why she did it, but she did it, but it wasn't. I mean, it was unjustified, but it was
But then
No,
that
it
would
was
throw the whole,
self-defense, but it wasn't reasonable. I think that's what it is for second degree.
right. But that wouldn't that throw the whole self-defense argument out completely?
Yeah. So if they don't buy second degree, then they can, I mean, excuse me, if they don't buy self-defense, then they can argue mitigation. However, if she doesn't do that, then they have to, it's an all or nothing. They would have to find her guilty of first degree, and that's it. No manslaughter, no second degree, no none of that shit. Just first degree. And if they can't find her guilty of first degree, then that's it. That's it. She'll be found not guilty. Just Tanya D said, first degree doesn't fit, they must acquit. Exactly. They can charge her with a lesser charge like second degree or manslaughter if she doesn't meet the criteria for first degree. Well, see, here's the thing. They can't just decide that on their own. The defense have to offer that. The defense have to initiate that. That doesn't come from the prosecutor or the judge or the jury. That comes from the defense. The defense have to basically say that that's what they want, or they have to, it's called mitigate or something like that. But they have to bring that up. So not the jury and not the judge and not the prosecutor. What is witness number 5 statement? We don't know. We don't know witness number 5 statement. We just heard that they said it was similar to witness number 3. She should be let out as time served on this BS. It is BS to me too. It is BS, but you know, I just say maybe she should go through this just to, you know, clear her name and let this be a lesson learned. But I think this case actually is going to be something used in the future for other cases that may have similar, the similar things that happen, you know, like a case study. So unfortunately, she has to sit in jail right now to go through this, but I think it's not going to be in vain. The defense can reject it like, nope, you charge first degree, so prove it. That's what I'm trying to say, TJ. I may have said it wrong, but yeah, you're exactly right with how you just said it. The defense can reject it. Defense does not have to settle for no second degree, no manslaughter, no none of that. It's up to the defense. So if the defense say, nope, you charge first degree, prove it, or my client walks, then that's just what it is. That's just what it is. Can the venue be changed? I mean, it can, but I don't even think it needs to be. What do you think, David? Everybody does not listen. We think a lot of people think that the whole world is justice for Ramika, and I'm telling y'all that's just not the case. It's some people that absolutely believes in self-defense, and they feel that she was justified. So I just think a lot of voices, especially on social media, is justice for Ramika, but I don't believe that's the whole world. But what do you think, David? Should they ask for a different venue?
Change of venue means basically change of judge, and most judges will not recuse themselves. You know, they even in like the YSL trial, that judge didn't want to recuse himself, even though he was showing clear signs of bias. Young Thug's lawyer had to take it to a higher court for them to look at it in order for that judge to be recused. Which that judge was doing some shady ass shit, but no judge is gonna just off the back recuse themselves unless, you know, it's a conflict of interest, like they damn near related to the person or they know somebody in the person's family who they're trying. That'll be the only time that a judge will recuse themselves.
Mm-hmm. She says no more. The state can also charge her with first degree and second degree murder at the same time. Look it up. But she's not charged with second degree. She's only charged with first degree. They've already given her charges.
Right.
She's charged with first degree, Lolita.
If that was the case, then they would have argued that in when they went to the grand jury, hey, we want to charge her with first and second degree. But
second degree is not a separate charge, but But for us in Chicago, second degree is not a separate charge. It's just saying you're guilty of first degree, but what you did was not reasonable. Okay. So it's not a separate charge per se. It's something that they drop down to, like, say, for instance, if they charge first degree and then they have the defense can come say, well, you know what? Can you offer second degree too, kind of to save them from being 20 years plus in prison or whatever. So, but I don't think second degree is on the table. It's or going to be on the table at all. But we'll see. My daughter had never even heard about this case, so it ain't as big as they think it is. No, it's not. It's not as big as they think it is. I think social media world, and not even all over social media, not because I know some people on social media that ain't never heard of this. So it's not all over. It's just the people in this sector. It's just the people in this sector.
Right.
She said, I believe in self-defense. I'm from Florida and we have stand your grounds. And I know other states have different laws. Yes, that's true. I know, but I'm saying it can be done. She says, and Holly should definitely move out of Chicago for her and her son's safety. I agree. She said, I just asked my 19-year-old daughter and she hasn't heard of it. Are y'all in Chicago? She said, right, I'm saying they can put both of them on the table. But they haven't though, Lolita. They only put one. Are you saying later? They can't do that later. The defense can reject it is what I'm trying to say. The defense can reject that. Royalty, my grown kids haven't either. They have no clue when I asked them about it. My husband's cousin is in Chicago and he has never heard of it. I'm pretty sure I can call my cousin right now and ask her, and she'll be like, who the hell is who is Ramika? Who is Holly? I guarantee you they ain't following this. I guarantee you they're not following this at all. She said the case does not have national attention. It does not. Only one news station right now is even covering it. Every time they go to court, you only hear from one news station, and that's it. It's a local one. It is not being covered on a national level. I think when it first came out, they were doing it, and then they stopped. I do not believe that it's being covered on a national level. I think the 6 counts mean the charges can be lowered to second-degree manslaughter, etc. No, that's not true. That's not what that means. 6 counts is not 6 charges. So that's not true. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate the $20 tip. She said, great live as usual. Have some coffee on me. Holly deserves a fair trial. And she does. Thank you so much for that coffee, girl. Go grab me a cup tomorrow. Stop playing. Kimberly said, hell, 20 years is life to me. Shit, 5 years is life to me. Hell. I understand I would not want to be in nobody confinement or whatever for no damn years at all. Not even a year. But I say that, but if I am protecting myself and my son, then I will sit down for however long I have to. If I know in my hearts of hearts that I'm defending myself and my son, I will sit down. I will absolutely sit down for that. Because I would not. Ain't nobody gonna harm me. Nobody's gonna harm my children or my grandkids or my spouse. Nobody. So I will sit down for that. That's the one thing that I will. But I ain't sitting down fighting over no dude and fighting over no Peter Jeter or nothing like that. But if it comes to the safety, yeah, I'll sit down for that. And I'm just keeping it real. I'm in Chattanooga and no people I speak with has heard about it. I just think a lot of people on social media, and it's not even a lot on social media because all bloggers are not even covering this story. It's literally the small bloggers that's trying to get their page up. The small bloggers that's trying to get their page up are the ones that's covering this story. And I'm a small blogger, y'all. I am a small blogger, baby. Why they keeping the new witness story so private? I don't think it's they're keeping it so private. I just think that and you tell me if I'm wrong, David. I just think that the state misspoke and told Ari that they sent over witness 5 statement, and they just haven't. Ari doesn't have it. Okay, she does not have that statement.
Yeah, she
So
didn't have. Yeah, she didn't have the statement. They kept saying that they sent it over, but she said she was looking through her papers and said this is nowhere in the discovery that I have.
so
And
I think
apparently
that.
that
Mhm.
witness's statement was taken sometime in December.
I'm gonna be honest. I actually think the state pulled a fast one. I'm just gonna be honest. I think they pulled a fast one or whatever, and it didn't have to be proven or anything. I think they pulled a fast one because you know what else they pulled a fast one on? They haven't told the judge that witness number 4 recanted his statement.
Yep.
So
So didn't.
I just think that they pulled a fast one, and I think they know what they're allowed to do. You know, he can always say, moving on forward, oh, we lost witness 5, we lost witness 4. You know what I'm saying? So I just think the state pulled a fast one. I don't think that there's a witness number 5. Now, I stand to be corrected, but I don't think that there's a witness number 5. Because
I,
if there was a witness number 5, just like they gave witness number 1, 2, 3, and 4 statement, they would have gave witness number 5.
exactly. And
So
it would seem like that. Okay, witness number 5 would
it
be
would be
the statement that the boyfriend gave, but as we know,
but with
his
y'all, but
statement is his statement.
ah, David, you be talking too damn much. I'm the one normally be talking too much, but you talking
Oh
too much.
shit!
Don't say nothing about that. But we'll talk. We'll talk. But listen, I think that if witness number 5, so-called witness number 5, if witness number 5 statement was the same as witness number 3, then it would have been in a proffer that it collabed with each other. They wouldn't have had 4 separate witness independent statements in the proffer in the first beginning. It would have been in the proffer as they collaborate with one another. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
yeah, I get what you're saying.
hold on one second. Check your text. Hold on. All right. Check your text. My daughter wishes people would stop talking about it. They have a long way. your daughter, your daughter wish people would stop talking about it. Well, I don't think people are gonna stop talking about it. I mean, you got to understand. I think any case, people will continue to talk about it because you know they have interest in it. Like I have interest in this case. It wasn't in the state paperwork about a 5th witness. That's why I think that hold on, David, did you check your text?
Yeah.
Hold on, one more thing. Okay. Tracy, I was confused too when I first saw it. First saw what? She's accusing my first time ever seeing that. Oh, she said it's an indicator that what? That someone bought a more coffee. Oh yeah, when you guys buy me a coffee on the link above, it pops up and shows me in my chat that you guys bought me a coffee. I think it's cute. So thank you. Yeah. So actually, you know, like I said, I do believe that the state has a hard way to go. And the thing about it, we won't find out about all the evidence or whatnot until everything is turned in and it's presented in court. You know what I'm saying? So we won't even know what so-called witness five, if there's a witness five, or if witness four come back around, or whatever the case may be. We won't even know none of that until it's time to go to court. You know what I'm saying? And
Exactly.
let me tell you something else, David. I don't know if you noticed. Just because the state have 5 witnesses listed, they don't have to call all 5. So I
Right.
think that was done strategically, like you said earlier. Oh, the more witnesses, that put pressure on the pressure on
The defendant.
the
Yeah.
defendant, and be like, oh my God, you 5 people are saying something against me. It's just it's a strategic thing. But
Mhm.
the state can say, oh, we had 5 witnesses, but I only want to call 2. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? So that doesn't necessarily mean that they got 5 witnesses, you know?
Yeah. Like with the thug case, they had over 300 witnesses, but they was only able to call like 85 or 86 of them.
She said, let me find out. David was about to say something that the feds can use against y'all. Lolita, you funny. It was
Well,
like, oh,
look,
the feds gonna get y'all. Hey,
hey,
feds.
if
Hey, David.
the feds want to give me a moral, I live right next door to a fucking FBI agent. So all you got to
Oh
do
my
is
God.
come knock on my door.
Well, let me tell you this. For those that are new, that's following, that's a supporter of mine. I hate to say followers, but that are subscribed to this channel. Please understand, even though we just started talking about this story, a few months ago, people have been trying to sick the feds, the damn CIA, the CSI, Miami, and Detroit, and Boston, and Baltimore on me, and
And
the
the president too.
military, the president, the vice president. They have been trying to sick all of them on me for 3 years. So just understand, this is not just about parole me, okay? The senator, the governor, they tried to call Kamala Harris on me. So please understand that it does not matter. You have to understand these YouTube streets. And if you are new to them, this is just what they do. Okay. They get mad. They don't like your opinion, and they try to report your channel. And that ain't how YouTube works. That ain't how YouTube works. They have no idea how YouTube works at all. But please don't believe if you hear someone saying, oh, the feds are gonna come get them, the CIS, the SI, whatever, the CIA, and any of those or whatever. Please don't pay that no attention. Just laugh, okay? Just laugh, because I promise you, they have been trying to call everybody and God, including God. I think they sent God a couple of letters too.
They tried to
And
call
that's
ICE on me. They tried
oh,
to
they
call
try to
fucking
call.
ICE on me.
So that's just what they do. But you got to understand that sometimes when on YouTube, you got to understand everybody's educational level is not the same. Okay. Everybody is not the same. Everybody don't have clear thinking skills. People don't think outside the box, and things of that nature. So don't pay no attention to that. Don't worry about no petitions and none of that or whatever. It's all fluff. That what they really want is for you to stop blogging on the case, and they think that you're dumb enough for them to scare you into submission, and that's what they try to do. But and this is what I do right here. Okay, so every time you might see me doing something like this, and for those that are not following me on Facebook, please get over there. I don't post a whole lot, but when I do post, it's gonna be funny as fuck. Okay. All right. So this is what I do right here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to get back to it. This is me. Oh, shoot.
Did Did you see my picture on what they put up of me?
Where your picture at?
They it's on Q page, but I don't think you follow them. It made me look they made me look like a pretty bitch. They put eyeshadow and lip gloss on me, or a pink lipstick or some shit.
Where is it at?
It's on Q's page. He put some eyeshadow and some pink lipstick on me, or a lip gloss or some
Oh,
shit. Made me look like a pretty bitch.
Oh wow. Oh wow. So just know, I'm gonna clown them every chance I get, for the foolishness that comes out of their mouth without even saying their name. But baby, they got it, okay? They know what it
Yeah,
is.
I,
She said the orange is
I,
the new black. Exactly. So, but please drown out the noise if you can. But if you can't drown out the noise, then at least laugh with me, okay? Just laugh with me or whatever, because some of the shit that you hear is absolutely ridiculous. And what's more concerning is that it's actually bloggers that push this type of shit, and the shit is laughable. I mean, absolutely laughable. Just oh my God, it's just laughable. But baby, just either laugh at it or just ignore it. One or the other. Just laugh at it. She said, "Who did that, Amora?" I did. I put my hey, they would love to see me shackled, but they never will. Mm. They would never see me. They never will. She said, I'm hollering. This picture is hilarious. Yeah, okay. So y'all gonna have to follow me over on Facebook under Let's Talk About It with Amora or whatever. Let me drop it for those that how do I drop this shit? But let me just drop the photo and y'all can follow me on Facebook, subscribe to my channel or whatever. I don't really make no money on that page. It's just for me to talk some shit or whatever when I want to keep my YouTube in compliance, baby, because I ain't gonna jeopardize my money maker. But I will clown on Facebook, okay? I will definitely clown on Facebook. Facebook don't show no love. So I'm definitely gonna clown on Facebook. So y'all follow me over there, please and thank you. That I was going to be on their ass. Yeah, you ain't gotta be on their ass. That's what they want. They want that so they can go live 15 times a day and complain. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't really gotta say nothing. You could just come in here and we could just laugh. Just laugh at that dumbass shit. But it's all good. You gotta be able to laugh because baby, this whole thing is mental. Absolutely mental that somebody can get on their channel and be mad at you about your damn opinion and call you all type of evils and shit over your damn opinion, over how you run your channel and what you do on your channel. Like they have ownership and they can tell you what the hell to do. They can mind their channel is what they can do, but honey, they can't do that, baby, because listen, they
I
can't
just
entertain their audience that way.
I just feed into it and then I laugh in their faces. Yep. I'm Diablo. I'm a devil. I'm a demon. Yeah, all that shit. Rotten hell. Yep, all that shit.
But it's unfortunate that they feel that Holly shouldn't have a support system because, in my opinion, I feel like everybody should have a support system. I'm not stopping anybody from supporting Ramika, you know. But Holly should have a support system. Carlos should have a support system. David, you should have a support system, and all that good stuff. So it's all good. You gotta laugh. She said, we've been dealing with slow folks for years. Exactly. That's why I said that, for those that are new, because it is some new people that have never followed anybody on YouTube before, and they probably don't understand that this is just how people do. That's how they operate. They gang up together in groups, and then they just become a big group of delusional people. And I don't
Yeah,
think all of them are delusional, but I think the more they hang around with the delusions, they become delusions because they be like, oh, I'm going to report too, and I'm going to call the state attorney. And that shit is funny to me. They've been calling the state attorney for what? Almost damn near a month. Hey, no, you isn't justice for Ramika. They are sad and trying to cause confusion. Exactly. Absolutely not justice for Ramika. Some of these people don't give a hot goddamn about Ramika, and I believe Ramika family knows that.
Yep.
They know that these people don't give a hot goddamn about Ramika, baby. They just want a view.
Exactly.
Because
Chasing the clout. That's it. That's
exactly, they
all.
put Ramika name in the damn in the title and talk about 31 other people.
Exactly.
So, but I think that's it for today. I think that did I answer a lot of questions? How y'all feel? Because I know some of the Holly supporters was kind of a little dampered a little bit, and I'm like, nah, it ain't over. It ain't over until the extremely fat woman sing, okay? And she ain't sang yet, okay? No, they got 2 wins, and in their mind, the case is over. They're like, oh, Holly ain't never getting out. She's gonna rot in hell forever, and all this type of shit. Okay, well, we ain't at trial yet. We ain't even started.
It's battles and wars, period.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all won a couple battles, but at the end of the day, she gonna win the war.
Yep. And just because somebody was off with their opinion, it doesn't mean that they told a lie. That's just their opinion. That's what they thought. You know, like I said, I thought Holly was gonna come home last time, and they're like, oh, they out here lying to people when they don't have a good goddamn what's going on. Don't have no idea what's going on with the case. Don't even know what the Illinois law says. Don't have no idea. They probably over there telling their supporters, oh, Holly should have grew wings and flew the hell up out of there. You know, oh, Lord. Said, well, thank you for saying that. All of us are able to use rational thinking. Y'all gonna stop calling everybody slow. That was on a different side during that saga. You right about that, Lolita. That's why I try to correct myself. That's why I always say all of them ain't slow. But you know what, Lolita? If you listen to me, even when I used to say Robert supporters are slow, I did used to say that. But then I came back later and said all of them not slow. Because someone reached out to me and it was like, Amora, I'm not slow. And I was like, you know what? I need to stop saying all y'all. Because all y'all was not slow. But it was you was over there with some slow ones though, girl. But no, all of y'all were not slow. Not even all the bloggers were slow. Most of them was, but not all of them. Oh my God, it's too funny. Because I used to call all y'all slow, dumb, illiterate, all that noise. But I had to stop that. I peeled it back a little bit. I was like, okay, all of them not slow. All of them not slow. Because some of them was like, I'm not slow. I see exactly what's going on. Rose said, ain't no different when they said they was calling Kamala Harris to get your military pension taken. The FBI been thrown around since the RH and Bree saga. Exactly, child. You know what, David? You weren't even around when they tried to get my military retirement check taken.
Yeah, it was that serious.
It was that
Damn.
serious. And it's all based on your opinion. They cannot stand your opinion. They don't want you to have your opinion. They be mad. They be over there having kumbayas. Can she say that? She should be charged for thinking the way she thinks. Oh my
That just
God.
lets you know. That just lets you know that your opinion holds weight in their
Exactly.
mind. You live
Exactly. It
rent free
matters.
in the back of their fucking head.
Absolutely. I know that. And that's why I said I refuse to go back and forth with them anymore because I know I live rent free in their head. I know they have to talk about me. I know it. It's kind of flattering in a sense, you know, that I know that they have to say something about me.
Like, oh, you woke up with me on your mind. That's so nice.
Exactly. They know it. Actually, family don't even like what these people are attaching to her name. I have seen families said time and time again, beefing with others is not just for Amika. It's not just for Amika. Some people just using that name so people can pull up. Even if she gets convicted, it won't be on first-degree murder. And that's what I'm saying. She will not be, and if she don't get convicted on first degree, she's home. She walks. She says, and they called on Jay too. Oh, Lord. You remember when they called a fraternity on Jay? Oh, so you weren't even here. They called a fraternity. They called my husband's fraternity. They called my husband's fraternity. This shit is funny.
Next they was gonna call his elementary school to get his records pulled from when he was in kindergarten.
Oh, they did that. They pulled not mine, but they got in contact with one of the girls' 5th grade teacher.
Jesus
Christ. They get downright and grimy.
Jesus
yeah. They get downright and grimy. Some of these people are desperate, thirsty as hell. They get downright and grimy. They don't like to lose or look like they're losing, and they'll go to the, they'll tell people to team up and contact your job, report you. They'll do all of that. Some of these people get downright and grimy. I've never told nobody to go report this person or go report that person.
Hey, look, if they want to call my job, as soon as they call it, I'm gonna answer the phone like, yes.
Yeah, they'll get downright and grimy, And it don't be, oh, go report this photo because they have my photo up or anything like that. Nope. And you don't have to even do anything. You could literally just be out here laughing, having a good old live, and they'll be like, just go report that live. Get them taken down. I just don't want them out here anymore. I hate them. I don't like them. It's so funny, but I'm not gonna do Ramika every day, but I am gonna come out here, from time to time and give you guys an update on what's going on. But look, before we go though, I want to show you this fraternity that they did. They called on my husband fraternity. I got it hidden, but I may unhide all these videos so y'all can see what we dealt with these people over the last 3 years. But look, they called my husband fraternity.
Hello. Hi. You've reached the fraternity. How may I help you?
Yes, I wanted to report that you guys have a member of your fraternity that has a wife that's roasting me and my entire team on YouTube like a bag of marshmallows.
Excuse me, come again?
I said you have a member that belongs to your fraternity that his wife is roasting the members of my team like a bag of marshmallows.
Oh, okay, ma'am. And what do you want us to do about that?
Well, I just think her behavior is horrible because she's on YouTube calling us bitches, hoes, and that is just inappropriate.
Okay, and what do you want us to do about it?
I want you to put pressure on him so he can put pressure on her so she can shut up.
Ma'am, you got the wrong number. Like, we don't do no type of shit like that. You got us fucked up around here, okay? We stick together like brothers, all right? So listen, as long as he ain't doing nothing foul, okay? He can't control what his wife does, and she ain't breaking the law, then you need to suck it up.
What? What are you trying to say? Oh my God, I can't believe that. I can't believe you're not going to do anything. Oh my God, you're just useless. Bye.
Hell nah. Hell nah.
Hey, that was a call to the fraternity. That was a call to the fraternity, baby. Listen, they said, let's call a husband fraternity and let's report it. I mean, it gets wild. These people, when I say the elevator don't go all the way up to the top, y'all thought that was a figure of speech, but it was never a figure of speech. It was real. Some of these people elevators absolutely stops on like the second or third floor or some shit. It just does not reach the top. It just does not,
And they
She
called
said,
them
was this
Qs
for
on
real?
top of that.
No, my husband is not a Q. He's actually a Sigma, but I put Q on there because, I just like the photo.
Oh, okay.
I used to tell a girl that her heart wasn't pure. She has an evil heart. Which one? You used to tell which one? Don't put no names in here, please. We don't want to get nobody no damn clout. Hell no. Hells to the now. No, but seriously, we're gonna hop off. But periodically, I'm gonna be coming out here. And thank you, David, for jumping on the panel. But I'm gonna be coming out here, just giving little, we still here type updates and whatnot. But just because we don't come live every day and break down conspiracy theories and all this bullshit or whatever, do not mean that Holly doesn't have support, and does not mean that we're not still rooting for a good outcome. We're just not going to be grabbing shit out of our asses and throwing it on the wall just for it to stick. Okay. And there are other
Exactly.
cases that I'm covering. Like I am also covering this case out of Chicago too. You heard about that one, David?
Which
The
one?
double murder. The double murder.
Oh yeah, the dude that drove, the white dude that went and drove, killed the ex-wife and the new husband.
Yes, double murder. Is
Yeah,
this crazy or what? He drove all
yeah.
the way from Chicago to Ohio to unalive his ex. And not just his ex, an ex from 9 years ago.
So,
9 years ago. She said,
some people carry that pain around.
she want to know why they dislike me so much. Should I show her or should I just tell her?
Nah, sure.
All right. Well, let me show you. And this is an unfortunate thing, and hopefully you don't be like this, but I'm just going to tell you why they dislike me. All right. First of all, I came out here fighting for a young lady all by myself. I didn't team up with nobody. And I ended up fighting against like 50 something content creators. Right. So they all tried to take me down. Well, I ain't going to say all, but majority. And they couldn't take me down. And I continued to just continue on with my channel. And then I end up making this last year. And I posted it, and it done pissed them off, honey. They all madder than a mother sucker. All right. So they're upset because I'm retired and I can make money from the comfort of my own home, blogging on different stories. And I'm gonna tell you something, sweetheart. Every story I do, they hate me on. It doesn't matter what story I do, they hate me. Hell, I did a story on Jonathan May. I did a story on Jonathan Majors, and they said something about that. Cora and Justin, they said something about that. The damn Hurt Twins dad, they said something about that. So it doesn't matter, okay? They hate me on every story, not just the Ramika. Not just the Ramika Holly. They hate me on every story, all right? Now, I did try to put a couple of people on or whatever, and they got mad because they bag when it didn't go up to that or whatever. And I'm assuming that's what they got mad for. I don't know, but they just come out and start lying, saying all type of crazy shit, you know. So nevertheless, but that's why they don't like me, because I can sit in the comfort of my own home and make 6 figures from blogging on YouTube. So that's what they can't stand. And they have to go out and clock in, but they can make this money. And I was trying to tell them they too can make this money on YouTube, but they think making money is beefing back and forth with other content creators. And I'm trying to tell them that ain't it. Beefing back and forth with other content creators is not it. It gets old, you know, but that's what it is. It all boils down to money. If you listen to them for a good 5 minutes, they're going to definitely mention money. She said they don't like you because they really listen to you. They do listen to me. They over here now. If they ain't, they'll be here tonight. You better believe. She said Amora can blog on her swollen ankles and fuss about that. It sure can. I can come out here and talk about my swollen ankles, and they're going to have a whole live about that. See, she got swollen ankles, and I really don't have swollen ankles, you guys. It was literally a picture that was snapped when I got off the plane, and I think my ankles was a little swollen in or whatever, and then they done took that and ran with it. But baby, honey, they can run all the way, and it's still not gonna change this. I don't give a damn. I'm 53, about to be 54. If I got swollen ankles, then guess what? I got swollen ankles, but I don't, though, y'all. I don't have swollen ankles.
I drive for 11 hours in a seated position. When I stand up, my goddamn calves be swollen.
Yeah, no, I had flew on a plane earlier that day, and my ankle swelled up a little bit. Normally I wear compression socks, but I didn't wear it this particular day, so they didn't took off and ran with it. But it's all good. Don't forget when they tried to get your husband's medical records. Oh yeah, that's right. They tried to put my husband's medical records on Facebook. They didn't try some of everything. You hear me? They put his name, social security number, date of birth, everything or whatever. So this is crazy. But yeah, they've been trying to take me down for the longest. They didn't call YouTube on me, Facebook on me. I mean, some of everything. One night I got over 400 and something reports, and YouTube told me, and they was like, we're not removing your content. But I had over 400 and something reports on my channel. So they really want me down. And I think they think that if they take me down, that all the supporters are going to run to them. But they don't even give content. Only thing they do is drag people all day long. Talk about what people have. They talk about people's spouses that they don't have. You know, it's just crazy.
Apparently, I have an ex-wife that I don't know who the fuck she is.
Oh, they trying to come at you too?
Oh yeah. They dragging me.
Well, they trying to come at you because you support Carlos, and they can't stand Carlos. They don't know why they can't stand Carlos. But I'm gonna tell you why they can't stand Carlos. You want me to tell you?
Wow.
It's because some of them feel like a guy that either dumped them or played on them. You know what I'm saying? They look at Carlos like, damn, you remind me of my ex that cheated on my ass or chose another woman over me, or you know what I'm saying? So that's how they looking at Carlos, as the player that they got played by.
Well, if that's the case, then as soon as they wake up in the morning and step their ass out into the street, every man they see should be they ex nigga because all of us lie, all of us cheat until we get to a certain age to where, all right, we don't want to do this shit no more. We just want to settle down and be with one person.
Well, I somewhat agree. I do believe that boys will be boys, if you will.
Yeah.
You might have a few out there that don't, but I think it comes it's small and in between. But I do agree with you that men, they have to make the decision on their own to stop cheating or whatever. And I
All
do
right.
believe that they do make the decision to stop at some point. But if you're not married, is it really cheating?
No, it's not because
Yeah. So
God doesn't recognize relationships. He only recognizes marriages. So
and if the
technically not
woman
cheating.
stays, then she dealt with it. So don't complain if you stayed and deal with it. That's how I look at it. Like if you're gonna stay with him anyway, then why get mad and act a damn fool about it? Like, okay, it's just at that point, it's just y'all business. It's something that you dealt with. Now I'm like this though, I'm married now, but if I was just a girlfriend, if my boyfriend cheated on me, well, let me just say it like this. If he slept with someone else, I would sleep with someone else, and then we'll just sit and talk
Exactly.
about that shit.
That's what I was about to say. Get your get back. Shit, don't get mad.
Yeah.
Get
Now, and
get
I'll
under
tell him.
somebody else.
Exactly. I'll be like, come on, tell me how'd you like yours? And I'm gonna tell you how I like mine. So we just gonna break it down and talk about it.
Exactly.
Be like, shit, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, damn, he had me in for about an hour and 20 minutes. Shit, I was sweating my ass off. Damn, you know what I mean? We'll have a whole conversation about that shit. But I'm married. So now if my husband did something like that, I'm out. Well, I might be. I'm just gonna say I might be. I don't know if I leave or not, but I might. Then again, I might not. Hell, we've been in together for almost 18 years. Shit, I don't know if I want to start over, but then again, I ain't gonna be with no. I mean, I can't even say I'm gonna leave or not leave, but I'm just glad I don't have to deal with it. Let me knock on some damn wood. I mean, it's easy to
Well,
say what you'll do until the situation come. But I know if my man knocked me upside the head, I'm definitely gone. I ain't staying with no nigga that hit me. And the reason why I can't stay with a man that hit me, because I know in the middle of the night when he sleep, I'm gonna kill him, and I don't want to go to jail. So I definitely
hey,
won't stay with a man that hit me. You know. Because I remember when they said Jay had a white mistress, I was like, "That's me." Yeah, they did say that Jay had a white mistress, and oh my God, they said some of everything up her. She got on her whole channel and told them that she had facts, proof, receipts that my husband was sleeping with a white woman. My husband don't even like white women. Unfortunately, Kim, sorry, but he don't do white
whenever
women. My husband like dark skinned girls.
whenever they say they got proven facts and all that shit, I'll be like, show that shit. That shit,
I
I ain't
did say
scared.
that.
Put that shit out there. Shit, let
I
me
did say
see.
that.
Shit.
She said, "You say one more thing, and I'm gonna put it out there." I'm
Right.
like,
Put
see,
that
girl, put it out there. Show
what's
me.
the name? What's the name been hollering that shit since the beginning of all of this bullshit? Nigga, put the shit out. Shit, you say you got the shit. Oh, you went and took a picture of me from somewhere and edited my shit with some AI or some shit. Man, gone. Fuck. Now,
Well, I'm gonna
now,
tell you,
if I take one of his pictures off the internet and AI edited it with 15 dicks in his mouth, then he gonna feel some type of way.
yeah, and you'll get in trouble too, so don't do that.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
be on that shit. I don't be on that, putting a label on somebody that some shit's not true about them. Like that
yeah,
gay
don't do
shit.
that.
I don't play that shit for real.
But that's the number one thing that they would do. They would definitely try to call you. They'll call a man gay. They'll call a woman a stud. They'll call, they would definitely try to attack your
Sexuality.
sexuality.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't help that I'm handsome. Damn, I can't help this shit.
yeah.
Nigga
You
getting
are
money.
handsome. Hey, you guys hit that thumbs up button for me, and if you haven't subscribed to this channel, please do so. Thank you. But no, seriously, I'm going to continue to come out. And the reason why I'm going to continue to come out, because I was literally talking to somebody the other day and we was talking about the case and they was like, wait a minute, I didn't know that happened. So it's a lot that people don't know that has happened because the Justice for Ramika has drowned out anything. They have drowned it out. They don't want Like, you know, when I first came out here talking, Nina begged people. Did you hear how she cried? Nina literally cried tears and told people not to listen to me. Did you see that?
Nah, I didn't see that.
David, I promise you, that girl cried. She came on, she was on Facebook and she cried and told people, please don't listen to her. Don't listen to
Oh, you talking about?
her.
Yeah, you talking about Nina ass
I'm talking about Nina
crocodile
Johnson.
tears. Yeah,
Yeah,
crocodile
she
tears.
cried. So what I'm trying to say is the reason why they want to hush, silence Holly supporters because they don't want anything other than just Holly is a cold-blooded murderer pushed out there. They don't want Holly was harassed. They don't want Holly was threatened. They don't want Ramika pulled up. They don't want Ramika was being aggressive. They don't want Ramika was jealous. They don't want Ramika was a whole stalker. They don't want any of that to come out. So what they try to do is they want to silence you and they just want to act like Ramika was this very calm, cool, loving, you know,
So they ba-
easy going person.
so they basically want the lies. They want the lies.
Yes, they want their narrative to be pushed. They
Okay.
do not
Okay.
want Holly's story even to be told. They don't give a fuck. They have definitely deemed her the worst ever. And they just want her to rot in hell, but they don't want to hear her side of the story. They don't want that her son means nothing to them. Nothing. They don't care if Carlson was in harm. They don't care about any of that. They looking at Romika as excuse me, not Romika, but Holly shouldn't have done what she did, period. I don't give a fuck if she was scared or not. I don't give a fuck if her child was there or not. I don't give a fuck if she had death threats. I don't give a fuck if she was being harassed or stalked. I don't care about any of that. Romika had a right to go and swing on her. Romika had a right to harass her. Romika had a right to pull up on her. Romika had a right to be aggressive. Romika had a right to do that. She should have just took a couple of licks or whatever, let Romika beat the fuck out of her, and that's it. And that's how they believe. That's how they think. And me coming out here speaking differently, they don't like that. And so they're like, oh no, shut her up, shut her down. I'm sure they probably been saying it about me, Amber, Real T, Real Talk T, TV, you, Carlos. They want whoever that's not singing their narrative. They want them quiet. They want them turned in. They want them be picked up by the feds, in jail, locked up, prison. You know, I heard somebody say, I'm going to prison. Now, I don't break laws. So you're fooling yourself if you think I'm going to prison. All I say is don't hold your breath because you're going to fall the fuck out and die before I go to
Exactly.
prison.
Exactly.
So calm
You'll
your
be you
nerves.
they'll be screaming that shit till they blue in the motherfucking face and it still ain't gonna get what the fuck they want. So shit, good luck.
Oh my God. Why'd you tell me that? Damn. Child, I know my husband mad as fuck. My husband told me, he said, I'm gonna be busy at 6:30. I said, why? I'm gonna be watching the game. So since you just said they cost Miami the game, I know he gonna come downstairs mad as hell. Not really mad, but he gonna be disappointed. Oh Lord, girl, why'd you say that? She said, drop the link or more. Okay, I just dropped the link. But no,
Wait, she said
seriously,
Beck cost Miami what
the
football?
game. Yeah, the
When
Dolphins was playing, if I'm not mistaken.
no, the Dolphins been out the playoffs.
No, my husband said Miami was playing. So who was in Miami?
Oh no, the Dolphins been out the playoffs a while ago.
Oh, I don't know. I just know my husband told me that he was watching some Miami game. So it might not be the Dolphins. Hell, I don't know. Oh, the
Probably the
Miami,
Heat, the Miami Heat, Miami Heat.
the whoever that is. The Hurricanes, the Vanna, I don't know who that is. The Hurricanes.
What's that?
So, but
Soccer?
anyway, no, I don't know who these is. I don't know. I ain't into that. Hey, Cassie, what's up, girl?
What's up, Amora? Hey, David.
Hey,
All right,
Cass.
so Amora. All right, so look, me and you going back and forth, right? You on your page, I'm on my page, right?
Uh-huh.
And if we're going back and forth, does that mean that I'm antagonizing you?
What do you mean when you say we're going back and forth?
Right. So
So
with
if
the
y'all,
Ramika,
if
go ahead, baby.
yeah, I get what you're saying, but go ahead, explain what you're saying. I get
Say it
it
Yeah.
though.
again.
I get what you're saying.
So
You're
if
saying
I'm
if
on,
we
so with the Ramika and Holly, so they were
okay.
saying that, Holly was going back, she antagonized Ramika, going back and forth with her, and then, when it made all these false accusations about her threatening her and stuff like that. I think at some
Yeah.
point, if Holly was going back and forth with her, nobody can prove that she was in Ramika's comments, but I'm sure Holly could prove that Ramika was in her because she had to block her. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And at
Uh-huh.
some point, when you going back and forth on your own page, when you start seeing shit getting serious, you stop. And
Right.
and I believe
Exactly.
Holly probably was like, all right, enough is enough. Like I'm done with her. Like she doing too much now. Like she taking it
Yeah.
too far.
And let me just say this, okay? Because I want to say this. So let's just say you going back and forth, because you've seen me do that with some bloggers before I decided I wasn't wasting my time on that type of shit, right? But I
Hmm.
used to go back hard as hell. I mean, call them all type of names, right? Going back and forth. But then let's just say we going back and forth, and then all of a sudden threats start coming. Oh, I'm a KIU. I'm going to kick your ass, this, that, and the other. They start physically threatening harm against you, right? Let's just say you say, nah, I'm not gonna make no threats because now you taking it a bit far. But they keep on and keep on and keep on to the point that now they then took it off the internet and now they in your inbox, they on your phone, they're in your messenger, in your Instagram.
Right.
Now that
It's
you escalated
personal.
from that's harassment. See,
Hmm.
what people don't understand is you can go back and forth with each other on social media, but once you start getting into my email, my inbox, my Instagram, and things of that nature, you then took it a step further. You're harassing me now, and not just harassing me. Now you're starting to threaten me. Okay,
Yeah.
no, Holly had every right to go and secure a no contact order because Romika escalated it. She didn't just keep it
Exactly.
online. Obviously, she couldn't deal with it. She got her feelings hurt. Okay. I guess even if I don't even know if they did, but let's just say they did do it. If Holly was getting the best of her, it was hurting her feelings and she wanted to escalate it offline. So if she does that, Romika is wrong. She is
Exactly.
wrong. People go back and forth all the time. Like I don't want to say no names, but you already remember some of the people I went back and forth with, right? But when they start
Exactly.
saying what they gonna do to me, oh, you're gonna be floating in your pool when you come home and all types of crap like that or whatever. Now, okay, now you didn't turn weird. Because it's no longer beef. It's no longer online beef. You didn't turn into a real live stalker, harasser, and now you're threatening. No, I need to go do something about it. Because now my
Yeah.
safety is in jeopardy. Your feelings is hurt because your feelings got hurt online. You can't just take online back and forth, right? So now, because you can't handle that, now you want to threaten my life,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, because that's what they've come up with, talking about how I was scared, like she antagonized Ramika, and then when we're, get close to her, she want to shoot her, you know what I'm saying? And take out all these here false threats and stuff like that. And I was just sitting back like, damn, these people got common sense, like for real.
Yeah. Oh, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
I never understood that.
Oh, let me read this. I just received something. Hold on.
It's funny
Hold
as hell.
on.
Yeah, hey, more they definitely be in your bushes.
Oh yeah, they definitely be in my bushes.
Well, they done already blogged about you.
Oh, I bet.
Oh
Hey, they
shit.
ain't got nothing else to blog about but this. Of
Funny
course.
as hell. You bring up one little topic and they make a full motherfucking video off the shit. That
Of
shit
course. Oh,
crazy.
I give them content. I
I
give them
swear.
content. If I don't go live for 2 or 3 days, they're gonna be biting their fingernails.
Where is she? Where?
We need her to say something. We don't have no content.
It was funny as hell.
I even heard that Carlos, the families, somebody done told you to, to shut up.
Ain't nobody tell me to shut up at
Who,
all.
me
No, I'm
or
talking
David?
about Amora. I've
Who
heard
told me
that,
to shut up? One of the family
I
members?
like Carlos, somebody must have told you, or you in trouble with the state attorney, and
Oh man, bullshit.
witness
David,
intimidation and stuff
did
like
Carlos
that.
tell me to shut up?
No, he didn't. It's
When
just
did I
more
talk to
thing.
y'all last?
It's just yesterday.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
it's it's just more things to talk about in the world other than this. Like,
And exactly,
Exactly.
get a
and
fucking
Amora had even
life.
she even said it. She was like, I'm still on the Holly case. It's just no new information. When something comes up
Exactly.
new, I'll talk about it. And they
Exactly.
like,
Exactly.
yeah. So
That's
you
why
were
you know
starving them.
once all of this is
Exactly.
over, all of their pages fall to shit because they didn't diversify themselves and talk about other topics that had something to do with anything.
Hmm. 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 And I don't understand how they don't. They keep saying Amora disrespected the deceased when Q put all this mess out here. He did the most,
Well, he
and they
went and
welcomed him.
matter of fact, the live is still on his page where he was saying, "Fuck Romika, that's why she dead."
Yeah,
It's still up on his fucking page, but
yeah,
and that's how you know these people is just delusional ass fucking followers. Because come on now, motherfuckers say that shit, but ain't no coming back from that shit. Fuck you, puss.
exactly. Hmm.
Oh, sorry about the cursing, y'all.
It's
I'm
okay. I'm gonna end this live. No, I'm gonna say this to tomorrow. I'm gonna
you
say
got
this to tomorrow.
yeah, you got to give them content more. Got to
No, I
give them
got something
content.
else that I just got sent that no, I'm gonna bring it out. So those that still on here, y'all about to get some extra tea, okay?
Yeah, let's go, baby.
Some
I'm
extra
just
tea. Hold on. I try not to have my lives too long, but since y'all here and I got 300 people, I'm about to give y'all some extra tea.
Amora, can you say entrepreneur?
I'm entrepreneur.
Okay, that was for 200K. Got him
Entrepreneur.
big mad.
Uh, listen, hey, okay. So I received this, and David, maybe you have to help me because I'm trying to find out exactly what this means. I'm gonna read it and then I'm going to interpret it. Okay.
Okay.
But I was just sent this and was told that it came directly off of a social media page and whatnot. Hold on. Okay. Y'all ready?
Hmm.
So this was just found. It's from Romika and it's back in 2023. Now I'm gonna read it and I want you to tell me, does any of this sound familiar or do you know anything about this? First of all, do you know who Suge Ma Roper is?
I believe, wouldn't that be her cousin? Yeah, I
I'm not
believe that's
sure.
her.
Anyways, it
Yeah, I think that's the girl that she was caught on live wanting to fight.
Yeah, that was her
says
cousin.
you don't like me, but your nigga do. I guess I'm doing something right. So she puts on July the 20th, 2023. Okay.
Mhm.
Hey, Suge my roper. You know I'll do you dirty, my girl. This is from Ramika. You know I'll do you dirty, my girl. You know it's a whole recording when we had you on three-way admitting you lied, right? You know you can't come around because what I'll do to you, laughing my ass off. Little girl, you homeless, broke bum. You homeless, broke, a bum, and fat. You nowhere near his type. You can't keep playing Facebook games, but you won't link. I'm the second person in this family you tried this with. You friendly neighborhood PUSSY having ass girl. I would never in life like your Ratoli face ass. So when you ready to link, let me know so I could do what I've been promised you I was gonna do when I catch you. Like, bro, you tried to get your move cracked and it didn't work. And you kept calling for your card. I was at work and he had it. That's only how you got his number and start calling private and sending pictures. So he exposed you. Don't play with me because you know how I'm coming. Sarita McMiller. Who is that? Sarita McMiller. Get your child or she make the news again, but this time won't be for squatting. You don't even have your daughter, bro. For real. You're going outside, mama. Life beating you. LOL. Look like you straight from Mexico City, bum. Now, what the hell was this about? Who Ramika
Um,
fighting with?
that's her cousin. Her cousin
Holla at
tried to
Carlos?
holler at Carlos, and Carlos told Romika that she was trying to come at him. So she got on her cousin ass.
But she got
And
on her cousin ass on Facebook. And so,
yeah, that was that video that came out where Romika was holding the phone, and her sister was in the background like, we got 50 phones out here. Why you ain't linking up? Why you ain't linking up? Where the
so
fuck
she
you
was
at?
threatening her in this text. She's threatening her. I'm gonna do to you what I promised you. It says, when you ready to link, let me know so I can do what I've been promised you I was gonna do when I catch you, like, bro. And then down here, who is Sarita? It says, don't play with me because you know how I'm coming. Sarita McMiller, get your child. Is that the mother?
Her
Get your
mama's
child
her mama's
or
sister.
she make the news again, but this time it won't be for squatting. So this is a threat.
Yep, on the internet.
She said, you know what near side. So this right here proves that anybody that want to give Carlos some ass, she ready to get him the beat down. She don't want Carlos to taste no flavors of the damn rainbow. She was fighting over this thing. Listen, god damn. So she'll be the cousin. Like, at what point? What point? In my opinion, at what point should she have just said, you know what, fuck it? She said Sarita is her aunt. Okay. At what point do you think she should have said, you know what? I don't even want a nigga that everybody else want. Golly. So she was gonna beat her own cousin ass over Carlos.
Yeah, you said
Mhm.
it earlier. She was obsessed over the nigga.
Damn, she just wanted to fight everybody.
Mhm.
This person said, what they got to do with Holly? Something wrong with y'all. All this old stuff, is that a threat against Holly? Something wrong
All of
with
that
y'all.
stuff
Baby,
is
let
relevant.
me
Mhm.
explain. This was in 2023, so it's not old, first of all. And it shows a pattern, boy, girl, whatever your name is. This shows a pattern. It will be used in court. What are you talking about? What they got to do with Holly? Huh? Are you kidding me? This shows a pattern of behaviors. You don't understand. Ramika, everything about Ramika, her whole character is about to be on display. That's why I said y'all elevators don't go all the way up. Y'all get so mad when we pull out something that Holly done did threatening somebody's life. She talking about, so, well, oh
You
my
mean
God,
Romika? You mean Romika?
what did I say?
You said Holly.
I said she threatened Holly's life. Did I say that? Anyway,
Yeah.
Nah.
but Romika, she did threaten Holly's life. But okay, whatever. I don't even know what I said. But all I'm trying to say is the person saying, what does this have to do with Holly? It shows a pattern of Romika. Y'all don't understand. This will be used against Romika to show a pattern. She wanted to fight, beat down, and cause harm to anybody that Carlos was putting his thangity thang inside. She was jealous. This shows jealous and obsession over Carlos. Now, I know that you're not educated enough to get that, okay? But unfortunately, this does not make your girl look good. If your girl is really ready, if your girl is ready to beat down her own cousin over that thangity thing, what do you think she was going to do to Holly? She was going to beat her down over that thangity thing. She was obsessed over that thangity thing. So when you say, what does this have to do with Holly? It shows if she willing to beat her cousin ass in 2023, threaten Holly all this time, threaten this girl and some other people too. This shows character, honey. She'll beat her own family down over that thangity thing. So that's what it shows. You don't get it because you don't understand the law.
And character goes a long way.
It does. But they be mad, boy. They come over here mad. What do they got to do with everything? It's old. It's old. It's old. It's old. It's old. It's 2023. That's not old, sweetheart.
Why you think they
That's
say
not
your
old.
permanent? Why you think they say your permanent record follows you throughout your entire life? Your permanent record is old, but guess what? They bring that shit the fuck back up. You do something wrong.
Yeah, they always talking about you bringing up old stuff. Y'all keep on bringing up old stuff. Baby, listen, ain't none of this stuff is old. It will be in court. It shows who Romika is. 2023 is not old. That's just what? It ain't even 3 years ago yet. It's 2.5 years ago. You know? But she was definitely obsessed with that thangity thing. She wanted that thing. She wanted that thing. Oh my goodness, she wanted that thing. And she was willing to beat somebody's ass, or this don't even scream beat ass. She said, let's go back to it. She says, what she said, called a mama name out. She said, don't play with me because you know how I'm coming. So Rita Mamilla, get your child before she make the news again. But this time it won't be for squatting. Okay? So that's a threat. That is a threat. So she already, it sounded like she wanted to unalive her damn cousin. She said Tina's sister. So Rita McMiller is her mama's sister?
Yes.
Damn. So her mama's sister wanted to sleep with Carlos too?
No. She was basically telling her auntie to get her daughter before
Oh,
she
gotcha.
put her ass on the news.
Gotcha. So it wasn't her aunt that was trying to sleep with Carlos. It was her aunt child that was trying to sleep with Carlos, which is her cousin.
Exactly.
Oh, damn. That should be some type of code that you don't mess with my damn. Okay. She said, but steady bringing up Holly and Carlos past. Romika supporters are completely delusional.
And
They're a little touched.
you know why they say that? Because they don't have anything at all that they could bring up on Holly or Los. It's nothing.
Yeah.
It's not a video that they could put out. It's not a text message. All you got is some dude that had came out and said that he went to high school with Holly and she ain't got no rhythm, and somebody that was in her family was bullying him, and he brought a knife to school because he was gonna poke somebody up.
Right.
The hell?
Kim C said, was he the only D in Chicago? I'm beginning to believe he was. Damn, David, where you been? Because, baby, child, is Carlos the only D around? God damn.
I'm off the market. Shit, I'm off the market. I've been off the market for 8 years.
Carlos need to put that shit in the goddamn museum or something. Damn. I mean, and look, Kim said, was he the only... What's wrong with the girls in Chicago, baby? Damn, was he the only one? He the only one had some swinging.
Shit, honestly, most of them Romika supporters, if they had the chance, they want to sleep with him too.
Dang, man.
They asses obsessed with him too.
That's crazy though. But it does show a pattern and character. Her character will be on display, and you know, they may not like it. They're gonna hate the trial. If y'all hate me talking about this stuff, y'all gonna really hate the trial. Y'all might not want to go. I'm telling y'all gonna walk out of that damn courtroom full of tears. You might as well not wear no pink shirt because your tears gonna be all over your shirt. I'm just letting you know, baby. You might as well go on and add some teardrops to the shirt so people won't know if you're crying or it's decoration at this point. Because if you think that they're going to get through trial and not break who Ramika is all the way down, oh, these people about to go crazy, child. Y'all know we in Houston. There's so many bodies being found in the bayou. There's gonna be so many people jumping off in the bayou. Girl, this thing about to be crazy. Do y'all have a bayou in Chicago? I don't know if you do or not.
Nah, we just got Lake Michigan and the Chicago River.
Well, honey, they better put some cameras out there because, baby, it's gonna be some people that, ooh, child, Lord Jesus. But this shit was caught on Facebook. So they are definitely, you know what? I need to do my homework too and go back through and dig up more stuff on Facebook because I'm sure they'll find some more, honey. But it just seems like she didn't give no damn. She was just straight out with it. Hey, Mr. JR. How you say your name? J-Rock? Hey, Mr. J-Rock. But it seemed like these people about to be mad, boy. And she said, you straight from the Mexico City bum. What she mean by that? You look like you straight from the Mexico City bum. Was she Hispanic? Dangerous D Carlos. They call him Dangerous D. Shit. Addicted D or something. Hell. Hey, if I was around that age, ain't no way I'd date Carlos. Hell. Had you out here doing crazy shit. About to kill your damn cousin over a piece of meat. Girl, it ain't that serious. Oh, Lord. She said, I need my sisters to come. Hello, more. Got to listen to this great info. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Said, I need my sisters to come right on back to the light because y'all not about to be out here clowning over low snap. Child. No, don't be clowning over nobody. Not Lowe's, not nobody. It ain't that serious, y'all. She about to whoop her cousin ass. And this ain't even no little line. She wrote a whole book. So can you imagine if she did this, right, to her cousin? I can only imagine what she sent, the type of text message she was sending Holly. This more than a paragraph. You know, a paragraph is only like 3 to 5 sentences. This mofo, she says, oh, wait. Somebody said, put that peen away, low. So he need to put it away, baby. Put it away. Michelle, I don't even find to be all of that. She said, I don't even find him to be all of that. Somebody do. Is that the cousin she fought? Hey, David, did they ever fight or did she just threaten to beat her up?
No, they never fought. She just threatened.
Oh. She said they're going to jump ship when they see her threads to Holly, baby. They're going to act like they didn't know. Yeah, they're going to act like they didn't know. Or they're going to try to accuse her of creating it on her own, like making it up. Oh, Holly created that. Ain't no way Ramika could have ever said nothing like that.
Because they authenticated.
That's right. They
got her phone and Holly's phone. So, hey, these messages were sent from her phone to this phone. Yeah, it corroborates.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and if they think text messages can be used in the court of law, they're crazy because you know some text messages in the Jonathan Major case was used against him. Did you ever watch that case? Where he was
Nope.
He was found guilty of 3rd-degree domestic violence, and it was mainly through the text messages that he telling her not to go to the hospital and tell them that you bumped your head, or she was like, oh, I just tell him I fell. I'm not gonna tell him what you did and shit like that. And it was people that did not want to believe those texts. They was like, oh no, she made that shit up or whatever. No, he wrote that shit, and he was gaslighting and manipulating her and telling her that, you know, he gonna go commit suicide because he's a monster and all this shit or whatever. Anyway, he got found guilty of third-degree domestic violence.
Lost that Marvel contract.
Yeah, but I heard he got he kind of, I don't know if he totally back, but I heard that he was, he was getting his fame.
He's somewhat back, but it's on the fence. Right.
Yeah.
But they was ready to build a whole saga around him. The Marvel universe was ready to build a whole saga around him, but fucked it up. And it's hard to replace him because they already had like pre-recorded series of different shows at him as the villain.
Why did I read Tolly T comment? I wasn't even supposed to read that. She talking about the looks ain't got nothing to do with it. It's the motion in the ocean. Lo seemed like he was taking them through the mattress. He was taking them through there. I don't know what Los was telling these girls, but whatever he was telling them, boy, they was about to risk it all. They like, fuck that. I don't want nobody to have this. They act like it was the last piece of bread in the loaf. Damn. But nevertheless, I don't know. Ramika must ain't never had nothing else. He must have been her first and her last, because Ramika was crazy about this man. Damn. She said through the floor from all I didn't see. They took him through the mattress, through the floor. She said Ramika did risk it all. She did. You know what? Unfortunately, Super Leo lady, you right about that. She risked it all. She risked it all for Carlos. She did. Because she wanted him that much. Damn. I'm just sitting up here thinking about it. Damn, that she did. She absolutely risked it all. William said she died for that D. She died for that D. She said, I'm sorry, but she died for that D. She did. Unfortunately. She said, I'm laughing my ass off at Real T thumbnail for the night. Hold on. Let's look at Real T thumbnail for the night. And then we about to get off. Let's go see what Real T. What is Real T thumbnail for the night? Hold on. Wait a minute. Real T got you up there. Hold on. Wait a minute. She even got me, Lord Jesus, mercy, Father. Lord, Real T.
Hey,
Real
shit.
T done put up.
Look,
Oh my God, she got you, David, me. Look at this shit.
That's the picture. That's the picture that the Q edited of me. But shit, I ain't do nothing but laugh at that shit.
So wait a minute, help me understand. Hold on, I need to know the players. So that's supposed to be me. Who is this?
That's Trina. That's Trina. Trina the troll.
That's Trina.
That's Trina the troll.
And then that's you. And then who is this?
That's Tion.
Okay, I don't know her. Is she a blogger?
Yeah, she a blogger.
Oh, I don't know her. She said
Somebody
called the popo. Open the panel. All are welcome. Open panel. All are welcome. Okay, well, listen, I'm about to go because I done been on long enough. Okay. But thank you, Cassie, for coming up as always. And thank you, Dave, as always. And you and I will talk, but I know that she about to put it on the floor. But baby, she got all of us up there, baby. Okay. I thought that was Peach McIntyre.
This is gonna be a funny live tonight.
But listen, I heard that Trina got her page taken. Did she?
Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. I don't know.
What happened? Did she do something bad?
They taking you, David, for that.
Huh?
They said that you go on these people pages on their panels purposely to start shit and then go get their page changed.
Oh yeah, I get they shit up out of here. Keep fucking.
Oh, you did that, David?
I'm not confirming or denying that I got someone's page taken away.
Oh wow. I'm surprised they ain't blaming on me because they swear I be getting people page taken or whatever. But I don't get people page taken unless you playing my shit. I mean, or whatever.
If you I put it to you like this.
If you hearing this right now, if you got a picture of me on your thumbnail, not you, Real T, you good. But if you got a picture of me on your thumbnail, you might want to take that shit the fuck off.
Mm.
You'll be starting a new YouTube page from the beginning.
Oh, wow. But one thing about YouTube that I do like is that they don't just do like Facebook does, all these mass reports, and they just take your shit down. You actually got to be in violation.
Oh yeah,
And if you're not in,
I get them with
yeah.
the terroristic threats.
Oh.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh.
You just can't pull machetes out on live and all that shit and think,
She pulled a machete out
Oh
on live.
yeah, she's good for that
yeah.
shit.
Oh yeah, that's
She
Queen
did?
Machete. That's Queen Machete right there.
Hmm. She did it on
Oh.
TV live too.
She did?
Hmm.
Now
She pulled a
Trina,
machete out on live.
yep.
Yes.
Now Trina, go sit at Dalton Township and wait on the next meeting. It should be starting in the next 8 days. Okay, Mhm. Go.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. You know, I don't watch her. I don't be knowing what's going on. I don't watch her.
I got
No,
tired of the nails on the chalkboard more. I got tired of the nails on the chalkboard.
oh, are you taking your blanket and pillow to jail? Yes, girl. I'm taking my blanket, my pillow, yes, girl, and my iPad. And my gummy bears, baby. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes. Well, anyway, happy birthday. Shout out to all the birthdays for today. Happy birthday, Kim C. I know it's your birthday. And who else? Sonia C. I know it's your birthday. J. Lou, I know it's your birthday. Who else birthday? Happy birthday to all the birthdays. If y'all tell me it's your birthday, if I find out it's your birthday, I'm gonna give you a shout out. If I don't know, I don't know. But you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me whether you put it in the Loud Talker group or just put it in the comments or something. All right. But happy birthday. I hope y'all rocked out and I hope y'all throw it back in a circle. Okay.
Hey, the place where I work at, they said they don't give a fuck if somebody had a dream. They need these trailers moved.
Oh, well, damn. Yeah, everybody don't acknowledge Martin Luther King, but it's all good. I do. But I worked on Martin Luther
Mhm.
King, so I had a dream that I need to come out here and talk about the case, and that's what I did.
I have
But
a
thank you for
dream that
everybody.
2 more bloggers' pages is gonna get taken down if they don't take me off their thumbnails.
Ooh. They'll probably be like, oh, Amore taught him how to do it or whatever shit. You might have to teach me how to do some shit. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, but I appreciate y'all for coming up. I'm just going to give a shout out to those that tipped me during this live, and I'm going to end this live. And if you have not subscribed to my page, please do so because y'all, I am trying to grow past all of the drama. Okay. Trying to make some more entrepreneur news. All right. Entrepreneur news. I'm trying to make y'all entrepreneur news. Anyway, but I love y'all. And oh, hold on. So let me give a shout out. Thank you, Eugenia, for renewing your membership. Appreciate you, love. Black Swan, Dimitri, thank you so very much for 23 lovely months. Rita, thank you so much. Dupoop, thank you. Nico, baby, appreciate you, love. Lady V, thank you. Thank you, Yolanda, for 29 months. All right. She said, it doesn't matter what they say. I would never switch up. I'm here and down for whatever. Always have and always will be. And I'm more supporter. Oh, thank you so very much. Appreciate you, Yolanda. Thank you, Rachel. She said, I got 5 and some change on it. Thank you, baby. Thank you, Cupcake. Thank you, Sonia C. And happy birthday to you, girl. Thank you, Miss Pam and Vera and that real MF. Stop playing. Thank you, Juanette, Wayne and Kwane. I'm sorry. And thank you, Miss Carla and LaCondes. She said facts over feelings and logic over emotion. That part, okay? Thank you, Candy. Oh, Cassie, baby. There you go. Thank you for 13 months, honey. Binky Bing, Vera, thank you so much. Just praying for a fair trial. That's right. Just a fair trial, right? Everybody deserves a fair trial. Thank you, Sweet Tea, for showing some love. Thank you, Marissa, with that beautiful baby girl. Thank you, girl. Thank you, Cassie, again. She said, Holly coming home. Self-defense. Love you more. That part. Thank you, girl. Thank you, super fans. Happy Monday morning, Loud Talkers. Happy MLK Day. Hitting that like button. Keep going. Fair trial. Thank you, girl. Thank you, 200K. Hey, Amore, I just got paid. Now I'm not sure what me and my family gonna eat. It's 3 Cokes. Wait a minute, she said it's the Coke fee and for your crayons. Love us bad. Thank you for the Coke fee and for the box of crayons. I do appreciate it, girl. And I hope you find you some beans and weenies to feed you and your family. Okay, girl. Appreciate you. Thank you, Kim C. Happy birthday, girl. Thank you, Niecy. Thank you, girl. Candy Girl, thank you. Hit that thumbs up, you guys, please. And thank you. 200K. They call her Scary Holly, but she's not scared. Let's call it calling a channel messy that ain't messy. But I digress. Wait a minute. They call her Scary Holly, but she's not scared. She said, like calling a channel messy that ain't messy, but I digress. Girl, I get it. I understand what you're trying to say. I get it, girl. I get it. Thank you, baby. Thank you, Janelle and Cheryl. Facts over feelings over here. That's right. 4 children and 2 grands. She said the way they bully, threaten people on the www, no way, a World Wide Web, no way they would have done what Holly did. If they can't defend themselves in person, they wouldn't do shit. People on the www, period. ISWIS, love you, sis. I think that's something. What is ISWIS? I don't know what that means. Tell me, girl. Tell me what the ISWIS mean in the comments. But thank you, honey. Thank you, Candy Girl. She said, y'all, this is commentary and blogging only. Pure facts, no emotion. Let's support her more by thumbing up the video, dropping a super chat, or sending a cash app to talk about it with Amora. Support speaks louder than noise. Thank you so much, Candy. Appreciate you. Thank you, Joanne. She said, here a little donation, criminal defense classes, because, baby, I think you're going to need them. I think you'll be good at it. Girl, you know what? I do start school in March while you playing. I really do. But thank you. Thank you for children and 2 grands. She said, Miss Trial. Stop playing. Total T. Chin up, chest out for Holly. Holly's a hero. Yeah, they can't stand that, Total T. They can't stand it. And thank you, Pisces. She said, love it here. Thank you for 17 months. I appreciate you, darling. All right, y'all. I am about to get off, but y'all supposed to tell me what that meant. What does IWISISS mean? Oh, I said what I said. I said what I said. Okay. I said what I said. All right. I should have known that. I should have known that, girl. I should have known that. All right. I got to brush up on my slang, baby. I got to brush up on my slang. She said, that's why they told Ramika supporters to cover Holly and Carlos' face if they post a picture of them in their group. She said, enjoy the live. Good night, everyone. Good night, Lolita. All right, you guys, I'm about to sign off. Thank y'all so very much for being here. Hit that thumbs up button on your way out, and we will chat later. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Cassie. Appreciate y'all.
Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. Good night, y'all. All right. Talk to y'all later. Bye, y'all.
Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names.
Jay!
She kept talking about
We
that
got these
family.
hoes over there. About
She kept
man.
talking about that family. She kept talking
Internet
about that
gangsters.
family. She kept talking about that family. She kept talking about that family. That family. She kept talking about that family. Talking about that family.
These motherfuckers don't be wanting to listen about. Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names. Talking about it. That family. That family. That family.
Jay!
That family. That family. Talking about it.
Talking about it.
Child, we finna talk about this with Amora.